miles per hour. Lee with a 7.66 even there for Lee Tadaro, 88.64 miles per hour for Lee in the right-hand lane. David Zinke will be in the left-hand lane from Vedra. And you got Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane from High Springs, Florida, car number 2225. And we go in the left-hand lane. David with a 7.052 pass at 93.67 miles per hour. Jason Rollins with a 7.408 at 91.49 miles per hour. Third call for FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Third call for FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, please. Final qualifiers here in the Jeans Glass Pro class. You're going to have Tom Courtney in the left-hand lane out of High Springs, Florida, going up against James Evans from Jacksonville. And the win going to James Evans with a 6.990 at 95.99 miles per hour. Nice qualification attempt for James Evans. Tom Courtney with a nice one, too, 7.185 at 96.89 miles per hour as they get those machines dialed in for later on today. We've got our final qualifier here for the Jeans Glass Pro class. It'll be car number 292A, who will be in the right-hand lane. And a red light in the right-hand lane for car number 292A, a 6.636 run at 101.70 miles per hour. That'll do it for the Jeans Glass Pro class qualifications. So we head to our Super Pro bike class, and that'll be coming up next. Got a bunch of bikes out here with us here today. And then we'll get right into our FB Trailer Super Pro class. This is the fourth call for the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4 if those lanes are filling up. And if you were a Super Pro car, you can come on down to lanes 3 and 4 as 1 and 2 are pretty much full at this point. So please come down to lanes 3 and 4 if you are a Super Pro car. So we'll get our motorcycles down the raceway here. This is Vance Honeyshaw in the right-hand lane going up against Joel Hickman from Ocklawaha. Red light for Vance in the right-hand lane. Joel Hickman with a 6.786 at 107.71 miles per hour for Joel Hickman. Vance running a 7.538 at 93.49 miles per hour. Larry Berger will come up in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida, going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from Citra. Edge a tad bit early there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He red lights in the left lane. Right lane, Larry Berger running a 7.143. He'll take the win in the right lane at 101.4 miles per hour. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. running a 5.611 at 122.28 miles per hour. 005 early for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. which brings up Tom Moats in the right lane from Ocala, Florida, going up against Scott DeLong from Citra. Final call for our FB Trailer Super Pro class. You are up next in lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. We do have our overflow lanes open, so please come down to 3 and 4. This is your final call for FB Trailer Super Pro class. You are on deck. Red light for Scott DeLong, and Tom Moats wins the race in the right-hand lane, a 7.071 for Tom at 99.71 miles per hour. Scott running a 5.617 at 120.51 off of the red light. Brett Bennett will come up in the right-hand lane from Palaca, Florida on bike number 268. He'll be going up against Mike Lakowski from Fleming Island. Double red lights for both of these machines. Mike laying down a 5.307 at 126.92 miles per hour. Right lane, Brett Bennett running a 6.262 at 117.37 miles per hour. Track crew just going to take a quick look at the racing surface, make sure that the racing surface is clear before we get to the rest of our Super Pro bike class. Again, on deck is our FB Trailer Super Pro class, which will be coming up next.
Reliability, to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Left lane with a 5.465 pass for Anthony Vieira at 135.35 miles per hour. Dwayne Leachman running a 5.654 at 120.91 miles per hour. This is our final pair of bikes headed down the racetrack for the Super Pro bike class. This is Roy Hogdorn in the left-hand lane going up against Samuel Parrish from Green Cove Springs, Florida on bike number 227X. We'll have one more qualifier to come after this, and then we'll get right into our FB Trailer Super Pro class. Roy laying down a 5.596 sub 5.6 second pass at 121.5 miles per hour. Samuel with a 5.628 and 123.60 miles per hour. Jeremy Fireball Davis will come up next. He'll be from Palm Coast, Florida on bike number 2312 in the left lane. And that is a pass of 5.741 for Jeremy Fireball Davis at 122.16 miles per hour. That brings up our FB Trailer Super Pro class. This is Troy Volker in the right lane going up against Dragster number 2924. In our first FB Trailer Super Pro trip down the track of the day. Here goes Troy Volker, a 5.969 pass for Troy at 115.47 miles per hour. Left lane ran a 6.102 at 135.95 miles per hour. Darwin Garcia from Eustis, Florida will be in the right-hand lane in car number 2549, going up against Tierra Carter. Here from Waycross, Georgia, in the Dragster, who will be in the left-hand lane. We got Darwin Garcia in the right lane, Tierra Carter in the left. Should be good attempts from both of these. Sub 6 seconds for Tierra. 5.243 at 128.53 miles per hour. Darwin Garcia with a 5.810 at 116.97 miles per hour. Darwin giving that car a run early on here. David Harris will be in the right-hand lane in dragster number A244 against Derek Brewster, who will be in the left-hand lane. Derek out of Blackshear, Georgia, will be in the left lane in dragster number 210T. David Harris and Derek Brewster head on down the racetrack in the right lane, getting the win. David Harris, 4.835 at 141.85 miles per hour. Derek Brewster with a 4.982 pass at 135.69 miles per hour. It'll bring up Randy Benger in the right-hand lane in dragster number B217 from Palmetto, Florida. He'll be in the right lane going up against Roland Corky Alford from Glen St. Mary, Florida. Roland in the truck in the left-hand lane. Randy puts in a 4.988 pass at 136.44 miles per hour. Roland Corky Alford with a 6.969 pass at 96.35 miles per hour. Nick Brown will be in the left-hand lane from Orange Park, Florida in car number 262. He'll be going up against Christopher Duffett from Wesley Chapel, Florida. Chris Duffett in dragster number D261. A 002 reaction time for Nick Brown. He's going to head on down the racetrack, and Nick Brown with a 6.022 at 111.66 miles per hour. Great start for Nick Brown. Chris Duffett with a 6.527 at 104.84 miles per hour. Nick Brown with one of the best runs of the day so far. John Dwayne in the right-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, in car number J267 going up against Jim Barbara from Trenton, Florida. Jim in car number 2740. John Dwayne with a trip zip, 6.011 for John Dwayne, 111.37 miles per hour for John, as he was perfect in the right-hand lane. Jim Barbara, a 6.603 pass at 103.9 miles per hour. But that's a great qualification attempt for John Dwayne. Trey Bunner will come up in the right-hand lane in car number J273, going up against car number 212 in the left lane. Trey in the right lane. Oh, look at that wheel stand out of Trey Bunner. Holy henna. He held out for a while. Thought this was a wheel stand competition for Trey. My goodness. 6.083 for Trey at 111.32 miles per hour. Giving us a thrill this morning was Trey Bunner. How about that one? Left lane running a 7.483. Still a great run in the left-hand lane, too. We were all looking at Trey, but that left lane running 113.66 miles per hour at 7.483. That was an exciting one. Steve Schoonmaker comes up in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. Jeremy McGill from Middleburg, Florida will be in the left-hand lane in dragster 2905. And Steve Shoemaker with a 4.774 pass at 144.27 miles per hour. Jeremy McGill in the left lane running a 5.189 at 132.82 miles per hour. Tommy Campbell comes up in the right lane from Fleming Island, Florida, in car number T200. Going up against D. Litchie and the L202 machine from St. John's, Florida, in the left lane. And the win going to the right-hand lane, 6.427 pass for Tommy Campbell at 106.88 miles per hour. D. Litchie in the left lane ran a 6.643 at 102.39 miles per hour. So I'll bring up car number 2027 in the right-hand lane, be going up against Jackie Bennett. Jackie Bennett out of Palaca, Florida, will be in the green machine in the left-hand lane. Car number J275 for Jackie. Jackie Bennett with a 4.742, 149.93 miles per hour for Jackie Bennett. Our fastest qualifier of the day so far for Jackie Bennett in a door car. I got a 4.742 at 149.93 miles per hour. Right-hand lane ran a 5.463 at 128.27 miles per hour. Gene Spaziani in the Roadster will be up next from Lake City, Florida, and Roadster number 1937 going up against Michael Bossy from Jacksonville, Florida. And Michael's going to red light. Gene Spaziani heads on down with a 5.437 pass at 123.96 miles per hour. Michael's pass, not going to count, but a 5.487 for him, 126.60 miles per hour. Brian Radley in the right-hand lane from Bellevue, Florida, will be in the Chevy Camaro. Camaro number 2434. He'll be going up against Brian Jones in the car number J281 from Orange Park, Florida, and the Dragster. And double red lights for Brian Jones and Brian Radley. And right lane, a 6.591 pass, 103.71 miles per hour as Brian Jones shuts the Dragster down. And looks like that Dragster has come to a stop, folks, in the left-hand lane. So not sure what happened to the Brian Jones machine, but right after the 60-foot, it might have even happened before the 60-foot, shut that machine down, and he is sitting there in the left-hand lane trying to see what exactly happened to the Brian Jones machine.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Paint Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar Paint and Body.
So they've gotten the Brian Jones machine off the racing surface, and we are back to racing and qualifying for the FP Trailer Super Pro class. So coming up, this is going to be Troy Volker in the right-hand lane from Ocala, Florida, going up against car number E239. Left lane running a 5.974 pass at 119.64 miles per hour. This is Troy Volker in the right lane. And Troy bringing that truck on down the racetrack. Looks like it's under power. And so coming up next, you're going to have Dave Hicks in the right lane from St. Augustine, Florida, and the Dragster number H249 going up against Robbie Little and his Dragster number 2020 out of Yulee, Florida. That's Dave Hicks and Robbie Little in the right-hand lane. And the right-hand lane running a 4.847. The right-hand lane, 141.12 miles per hour for Dave Hicks. Left lane, Robbie Little running a 5.146 at 133.46 miles per hour. Chad Kennedy coming up in the right-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida. Going up against Paul Vizzo in the left-hand lane, and a red light for Chad Kennedy. Just a little early for Chad Kennedy, and Paul Vizzo going to have a 6.169 pass at 109.24 miles per hour. Chad Kennedy up the red light at 6.399, sub 6.4 second run for Chad Kennedy at 106.17 miles per hour. Robert Carlson comes up in his Dragster in the right-hand lane from St. Augustine, Florida. And Dragster number 2118, Chuck Trotter will be in the left-hand lane from McLenny, Florida. He'll be in Dragster number 233A in the left lane going up against Robert Carlson. Robert Carlson in the right lane running a 5.249 at 129.74 miles per hour. Chuck Trotter with a 4.676 at 147.10 miles per hour. Paul Allen will come up next from Middleburg, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane going up against Mark Daniel. Mark Daniel in Dragster number 213. Paul Allen with a 6.674 off at a 006. Good run for Paul Allen, 100.73 miles per hour. Left-hand lane, Mark Daniel running a 5.009 at 136.75 miles per hour. Buddy Goolsby comes up From High Springs, Florida, he'll be in the right-hand lane going up against Gary Vasquez. In the left lane from Alachua, Florida. And double red lights for both of these drivers. And a left lane, Gary Vasquez running a 4.705 at 145.99 miles per hour. Buddy Goolsby in the right lane running a 6.388 at 106.7 with double red lights. Michael Bonacci comes up from Ocala, Florida. He'll be in the left-hand lane in dragster number F214 going up against car number 2211. That'll be in the right-hand lane. Yeah, Michael Bonacci with a 5.033 at 135.65 miles per hour. Right lane running a 6.350 at 106.96 miles per hour. Tension in the pits. First call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Bike class to lane 7. Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. First call to lanes 1 and 2. First call for Pro Bike class to lane 7 for first round qualifications. John Koenig comes up in the left-hand lane from Ocala, Florida. And John running a 6.041 for John Koenig in the left-hand lane, 111.15 miles per hour for John. The red light in the right-hand lane, still running a 6.083 at 111.39 miles per hour. As John Koenig heads on down the racetrack, gets that win in the left-hand lane off of the red light. And we do have a stoppage real quick as our track crew is going to go to work, taking a look at the right-hand lane, it appears. So it looks like a little bit of oil was left by car number 1X06 on the racetrack. So track crew's going to work and wiping that up on the start line. Once we have that clear, we'll get back to racing action here. We are working our way through the FB Trailer Super Pro class. We're more than halfway through that qualification now. We got our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street that'll be coming up in lane number 1 and 2. You can work your way over to lanes 1 and 2. If you're part of the Pro Bike class, you can also work your way over to lane number 7, as you'll be coming up right after the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Two dragsters going at it. Dragster number 2991 will be in the right-hand lane going up against dragster 2383. As we are back to qualifying for the FB Trailer Super Pro class, we'll have first round eliminations coming up after our first round qualification attempts are over. So the left lane with a 4.565 pass in the left lane, 151.80 miles per hour. Right lane ran a 4.431 and 154.94 miles per hour. That'll bring up Ken Grant. That'll come up in the left lane in Dragster W662. And now we'll have another stoppage before we resume. As it looks like we had an oil diaper come off one of those race cars in the left-hand lane. So here's Ken Grant and car number 2293. And Ken Grant's going to rock it on down the racetrack with a 4.472 pass for Ken Grant at 156.25 miles per hour. Right lane ran a 5.830 at 117.85 miles per hour. Bobby Trinnell will come up next in the Roadster. He'll be from Fort White, Florida, and Roadster number 222. He'll be in the right-hand lane. Left-hand lane, you got car number 252G. That's a Dragster in the left-hand lane. So Bobby Trinnell in that right-hand lane from Fort White, Florida. He'll be in the Roadster against Dragster number 252G as we continue to work our way through the FB Trailer Super Pro qualifications. A red light for the left lane Dragster. Bobby Trinnell comes out with a 5.313 pass at 129.83 miles per hour for Bobby Trinnell. Left lane running a 4.562 off of the red light at 150.1 miles per hour. Lou Hawthorne will come up in the left-hand lane. He'll be going up against John Rollins in car number 2241. Lou Hawthorne in Dragster number 2011 will be in the left-hand lane. Again, second call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Second call for Pro Bike Class to lane 7. Second call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lane 1 and 2. Pro Bike Class. Second call for you guys to lane 7 for qualifications. Lou Hawthorne with a 4.438 at 152.99 miles per hour. As Lou Hawthorne goes through, the John Rollins machine ran a 5.845 pass on 116.23 miles per hour. That'll bring up Jordan Gibson in the left lane in Dragster 238P going up against Dragster 2X77. That'll be in the right-hand lane. Jordan Gibson with a 4.473 in the left-hand lane at 153.63 miles per hour. That'll bring up James Hicks Jr. in the right lane from Elkton, Florida, to Dragster 219H for James Hicks Jr. going up against the truck in the left-hand lane, truck number E287. Trips in for James Hicks Jr., and he heads on down the raceway. 4.710 pass for James Hicks Jr. A great qualification attempt from the man out of Elkton, Florida, at 146.40 miles per hour for James Hicks Jr. Kelly Hicks will come up next in the right lane, also out of Elkton, Florida. And Dragster 2787 going up against Nathan Meserve. Saw Nathan dialing that machine in for our Fast Friday event last night. Nathan out of Jacksonville, Florida in Roadster number 234M. It'll be a 4.601 pass for Kelly Hicks at 150 miles per hour even. Nathan ran a 5.380 at 125.3 miles per hour. That brings up Bruce Root in the right lane from Bushnell, Florida. Bruce Root going up against Billy Dunn. Billy Dunn in the left lane from Leesburg, Florida, and Dragster 221D. Whoa, Billy hanging on to that machine in the left-hand lane. A little bit early there for Billy, a 4.770 at 142.85 miles per hour. A little swirly in the first 60 feet there for Billy, but he got it together there down the racetrack. Bruce Root went a little early as well, ran a 7.136 at 94.24 miles per hour. John Rugas in the right-hand lane from St. John's, Florida, That's where John's hailing out of. Going up against Keith Collins, who will be out of Keystone Heights, Florida, in truck number 2000. That's 10 pickup truck in the left-hand lane. And Keith Collins with the red light. Just a little early there for Keith Collins. And John Rogas will put it past a 6.508 at 103.96 miles per hour as we have another track hold coming up here. So Mike Matreeson coming up in the right-hand lane. This is our final call for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2 and the Pro Bike class to lane 7. Your final call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street, lane 1 and 2 and Pro Bike to lane 7 for your qualifiers. Double red lights for both Mike Matreeson and Kurt Banks. Kurt Banks with a 5.202 at 130.77 miles per hour. Mike Matreeson with a 6.530 pass at 102.77 miles per hour. That'll bring up Darwin Garcia in car 254 9L from Eustis, Florida. Right-hand lane, car number 0X66. Right lane ran a 6.190 at 109.76 miles per hour. Darwin Garcia jumped the gun just a little bit early, a 5.795 pass for Darwin Garcia, still at 117 miles per hour. Right-hand lane, the truck, truck number 2028 will be in the right-hand lane going up against Dave Damarist from Fort McCoy, Florida. Dave in the left-hand lane with as a track crew is just wiping up a little bit of something in front of the Dave Damarist machine. Dave in Dragster number 154F. Left lane ran a 4.566 at 149.98 miles per hour. Right lane was a 4.855. Daniel Mockney coming up in the left-hand lane from Venice, Florida, and Dragster number H219 going up against Dragster B21. That'll be in the right-hand lane. Again, final call for our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. You're coming up in lanes 1 and 2 in Pro Bike class in lane 7. Final call for both Allen Speed Machine Junior Street in lane 1 and 2. Pro Bike to lane number 7 for your qualification attempts. Steve Shoemaker in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida, will be in dragster number 2252. Going up against Trey Bunner will be in the left-hand lane. Now we have a track hold. Wow, look at that for Trey Bunner. The second time he's done that. That car really got up there in car number J27. And you've been putting on a show here today. Steve Shoemaker with a 4.774 at 143.2 miles per hour. Trey's machine ran a 6.192 at 109.59 miles per hour for Trey Bunner. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. comes up from Citra, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane going up against Roy Hogdorn from Venice, Florida. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. with a trip 0 and a great start for Roy Hagedorn as well. 5.6 even for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. at 123.77 miles per hour. Left lane ran a 6.405 at 107.28 miles per hour. Darren Stutz in the right-hand lane ran a 5.4, 89 at 125.69 miles per hour. Left lane ran a 6.080 at 136.98. First call for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6, please. First call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Overflow to 3 and 4 today. If those lanes 5 and 6 fill up, we'll have overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Again, first call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Please come to lanes 5 and 6 for first round qualifications. This is Brandon George in the left lane. Great start for Brandon. Yeah, Brendan lays down a 6.145 run at 109.97 miles per hour for Brendan George. This is truck 1796 running a 6.948 pass at 98.16 miles per hour. This is Larry Urbanek in Dragster 2058 from Jacksonville, Florida. He'll have a solo run coming up. Larry with a 4.430 pass at 155.70 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. And we're going to move on here in just a minute, and we'll have our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street coming up in lanes number 1 and 2. We'll also have our Pro Bike class coming up in lane 7. This is Chelsea Duane in the right-hand lane and Weston Daniels in the left lane in the Ford pickup truck. Now this is our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. In the right lane will head on down the track. You're going to have a 9.252 pass for Chelsea Duane at 66.55 miles per hour. Left lane, Weston Daniels ran a 10.859 at 68.28 miles per hour. Kane Holdaway will be in the left lane of the dually going up against truck number 1167. Caden with a 10.840 pass at 67.26 miles per hour. Right lane ran a 12.343 at 60.17 miles per hour. Hunter Dowling will come up in the Ford pickup truck. He'll be in the left-hand lane going up against truck number 2511. That'll be in the right lane. Hunter Dowling with the red light, the right lane winning at 9.964 in the right lane at 74.22 miles per hour. Hunter Dowling ran a 10.890 at 64.38 miles per hour. They'll bring out Molly Banger in the right-hand lane out of Palmetto, Florida. Molly driving the white Honda, and then in the left-hand lane, you've got truck number X218. Be a Ford Super Duty. Right lane ran a 10.353 for Molly at 70.12 miles per hour. Left lane a 10.808 at 65.69 miles per hour. Tanner Mockney will come up next in the right-hand lane out of Bradenton, Florida. And then you got Aaron Kennedy from Middleburg, Florida in the left-hand lane in the Ford SUV. Coming up next, it's going to be our Pro Bike class, and then that'll be followed up by the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Second call for our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, lanes 5 and 6. If those fill up, we do have overflow to lanes 3 and 4 if you need it. All right, so we get into our Pro Bike class. That'll be coming up. This will be Joel Hickman, who will be from Ocklawaha, Florida. Joe on bike number 999. Richard Holder will be in the left lane from Jacksonville, and he'll be in the left lane. Richard Holder in the left lane. Ran an 8.725 pass at 149.7 miles per hour. Joel Hickman ran a 10.587 at 127.32 miles per hour. Final call for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Track crew is taking a look at the raceway surface. And we'll have our next group coming up. It'll be Brett Bennett, who will be in the right-hand lane out of Palaca, Florida. On bike number 268, he'll be going up against Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida, who will be in the left lane. And some issues off of the Dwayne Leachman machine right off of the start. And Dwayne is going to bring that over to the left side. Brett Bennett ran a 9.479 pass at 141.77 miles per hour, but some issues on the Dwayne Leachman machine, and he has brought that thing to the left side. Still looks like he's moving potentially here. And yeah, that bike is still moving down the raceway. But Dwayne pretty much knew it as soon as he took off of the line. He shut that down almost immediately after the 60 foot and pulled that bike to the left side as he continues on down the raceway. And he's going to take the first exit off of the raceway. So I got Brett Bennett laying down a 9.479 in the right lane at 141.77 miles per hour for Brett Bennett. Attention in the pits. First call for our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes, please. FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, come on down to the stage lanes for your first and only qualification attempts. We'll have our 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane number 1 today. Again, first call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Larry Berger going to get this win. Roy Johnson jumped the gun just a little bit early. 10.556 for Larry Berger at 125.29 miles per hour. Left lane ran an 11.108 at 121.65 miles per hour. And that'll bring up Vance Hoddishell in the right-hand lane, going up against Tom Moats from Ocala, Florida on bike number C202 in the left-hand lane. Vance Hoddishell with a 10.095 run at 130.92 miles per hour. Tom Moats on the left-hand lane was just a little bit early, 11.076 pass for Tom Moats in the left-hand lane. Chuck Wooten comes up in the right-hand lane, going up against bike number 278 at November. That'll be in the left-hand lane. Chuck Wooten from Reddick, Florida, and they are headed on down the raceway. Left lane running an 8.494 at 156.59 miles per hour. Right lane with a 9.931 at 130.77 miles per hour for Chuck Wooten. Reginald Harper comes up in the right lane from Palm Coast, Florida. He'll be on bike number 209 going up against Santi Rodriguez Jr. He'll be on bike number X200. Again, putting the first call out for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Please come to the stage lanes. FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes, please. Reginald Harper in the right lane ends up with a 13.040 pass at 98.55 miles per hour. A red light for Santi Rodriguez Jr. Ran an 8.808 at 143.6 miles per hour for Santi Rodriguez Jr. Samuel Parrish from Green Cove Springs, Florida will be in the right-hand lane on bike number 227X. He's going up against Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida in the left lane. And the win going to Samuel Parrish in the right lane, an 8.850 pass at 150.66 miles per hour. Scott DeLong with a 9.121 pass at 143.5 miles per hour. Jacob Richards will come up next as we move into our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. He'll be in the Ford Mustang from Gainesville, Florida, going up against Steven Strickland from St. John's, Florida. And they both red light, and they'll head on down the raceway as we're going to work through our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Second call for our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You should be getting ready to go. We'll have our 6 to 9-year-olds in lane number 8. Our 10 to 12-year-olds, you'll be in lane 2, and 13 to 17-year-olds need to be in lane number 1. Again, second call for our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Please come to the stage lanes. Dawson Bass from Jacksonville, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. Jeff Berrier in the left lane. And the wing going to the left lane, Jeff Berrier with an 11.894 pass at 115.50 miles per hour. Dawson Bass running a 12.280 pass at 80.55 miles per hour for Dawson Bass. Larry Urbanek will come up in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. Be going up against Corvette number 1172. Going to be Larry Urbanek in the right-hand lane with a 12.735 pass at 105.9 miles per hour. Right-hand lane gets it. Left-hand lane is going to be Michael Martin in the left-hand lane from Gainesville, Florida. He'll be in the truck going up against Bart Pangolinin in the Chevy Corvette from Melrose, Florida. And third call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Third call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Right-hand lane gets it 12.484 pass, 112.33 miles per hour for Bart Pangolinin. And Michael Martin ran a 13.309 at 101.5 miles per hour as they dial these machines in for first round eliminations. It'll come your way later on this afternoon. Daniel Soliers from Reddick, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane going up against Jay Dixon from St. George, Georgia. And Daniel is going to red light. Jay Dixon will get the win in this qualifier. Daniel Soliers ran a 11.799 at 112 miles per hour even as Jay Dixon comes across the line. It'll be a 15.671 pass for Jay Dickinson at 88.95 miles per hour. Truck number 255X will be in the left-hand lane going up against Chad King. He'll be out of Gainesville, Florida. Oh, just a little bit early there for Chad King. And so the left lane will claim the victory on this run. Chad King lays down a 12.071 at 110.74 miles per hour. Left lane ran a 16.7 at 80.59 miles per hour. That brings up Monica Roberts, who will be in the left-hand lane going up against car number 737. That'll be in the right lane. And final call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Final call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Need to be in the stage lanes coming up. You'll have your one and only qualification attempt for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Final call. Right lane ran a 11.327 at 116.79 miles per hour. Monica Roberts Redlet still ran a 12.626 at 105.5 miles per hour. Jason Rollins will come up from High Springs, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane from car number 2225, going up against Chris Courtney, who will be in the left-hand lane out of Gainesville, Florida, in the Trans Am. It'll be Chris Courtney in the left lane, putting down an 11.105 at 119.82 miles per hour. Jason Rollins ran an 11.663 at 115.15 miles per hour. Marcus Cruz comes up from McClenny, Florida, going up against Tom Courtney in the left lane out of High Springs, Florida, in the Trans Am. Both these cars, Tom Courtney and Marcus Cruz, red light. Left lane, Tom running at 11.166 at 121.62 miles per hour. And Marcus Cruz running an 11.325. Mike Mockney will be in the left-hand lane in car number 277X, going up against car number 1129 in the right lane. And Mike Mockney with a early jump there in the right lane will be credited with the victory. And there'll be a pass of 12.866 in the right lane, pick up the win. 103.10 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. Mike Mockney ran a 13.025 at 104.19 miles per hour, but lit up the tree a little early there. That'll bring up Mitchell Gunter in the left-hand lane. He'll be in the Dodge Charger, going up against Clint Wilson from Providence, Florida, who will be in the right-hand lane. We'll have one more qualification attempt for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class after this. And then we'll move on to the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Mitchell Gunter ran a 10.421 pass. Clint Wilson, a 10.922. That brings up Robert Simpson, who will be in the right-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida. He'll be our final qualifier for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. He'll be in the right-hand lane. And coming up, again, we'll have our Junior Dragsters coming up. You should be in the stage lanes and ready to go. Robert Simpson puts down a 12.011 pass at 110.71 miles per hour for Robert Simpson. That ends the qualifications for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Next time we'll see them out is for first round eliminations. Coming up, it's the final qualification of the day for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We'll get through them, and then we'll head into first round eliminations. Coming up, it's the 6 to 9-year-olds in lane number 8. This is our first qualification attempt for our junior dragsters. This is the 6 to 9-year-old class. This is Addison Williams, who will be in dragster number 291X, known as Addie the Batty, in the left-hand lane, going up against Hudson Matz from Gainesville, Florida. All junior dragsters, please stay at the top end of the track for the chip draw. Again, all junior dragsters, after your runs, parents, please let the junior dragsters know that they need to stay for the chip draw at the end of their run. Please stay for your chip draw when you're finished with your run for all of our junior dragsters. Attention in the pits. Our buys potential buys here in our pro class. You got pro car number 2206 for your buy. Pro 2206, Super Pro bike number 291. Bike number 291, Super Pro, car J267 for your buy. J267. Junior Street, it's car number 2404. And in Sportsman, it's car number 275. 275 in Sportsman. Those are all your buys. Addison Williams headed on down the track. Hudson Matz red lit. And Addison Williams with a 14.032 at 42.34 miles per hour. Hudson Matz ran a 12.172 at 51.65 miles per hour. That'll bring up Cooper Collins. Excuse me, Peyton Turner is going to be coming up in the left-hand lane from Keystone Heights, Florida. And you got to have dragster number 236 coming up in the right-hand lane. And we'll have one more qualifier in the 6 to 9-year-old bracket before we move on to lane number 2 for the 10 to 12-year-olds. Right lane with the red light, and Peyton Turner will grab the win in the left-hand lane. Peyton Turner with a 12.225 pass at 50.49 miles per hour. Right lane ran 14.663 at 42.82 miles per hour. Brindley Holdaway comes up. That'll be our final qualifier in the 6 to 9-year-old bracket. Brindley from Inverness, Florida, and dragster number 254. Burnley heads down the track, 7.438 at the 330, and good for an 11.947 pass at 53.18 miles per hour for Burnley Holdaway. And that brings up our 10 to 12-year-olds. In lane number 2, you get Johnny Moxley from Keystone Heights, Florida. He'll be in dragster number 200 going up against Sean Daniel, who will be in the right lane. And junior dragster 284. We got Waylon Bennett in the left-hand lane, and dragster number 292. Right-hand lane running at 29.42. Peyton Duffett in the left lane going up against Trey Collins. Trey Collins jumps the tree, and Peyton Duffett will win with an 8.989 pass at 71.70 miles per hour. Trey Collins ran an 8.946 at 71.78 miles per hour. Wyatt Hicks comes up in the right-hand lane going up against Scarlett Hicks. Scarlett Hicks will run a 9.816 pass at 66.9 miles per hour. Wyatt Hicks redlit, and that's a 9-point even for Wyatt Hicks at 72.89 miles per hour. And I'll bring up Dragster number 7715 in the left-hand lane, going up against Dragster 2039. That'll be in the right-hand lane. Left-hand lane wins it 8.942, just barely at 72.23 miles per hour. Right-hand lane was an 8.949 at 72.58 miles per hour. That brings up Blake Jones, who will be in the right-hand lane from Orange Park, Florida, going up against Dragster 200C. This is Sierra Height and Jay Santiago on the racetrack. And Jay Santiago will put in a 7.884 pass at 81.97 miles per hour. Sierra with a 7.913 at 82.12 miles per hour. Hunter Dowling comes up in the right lane, going up against Weston Daniel, who will be from Lake Butler, Florida. Yeah, we are currently working through our qualifiers for our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. This is Molly Banger in the right-hand lane, who's going a red light, and dragster number 231X in the left-hand lane is going to put in a time of 7.951 at 80.53 miles per hour. Molly ran a 7.927 off of the red light at 80.62 miles per hour. Elizabeth Boyett comes up in the right-hand lane out of Cortez, Florida. She'll be going up against Grayson Edelman from Land O'Lakes, Florida, and dragster number 212G. Elizabeth Boyett in the 2511 machine, who will be in the right-hand lane. So Grayson Edelman against Elizabeth Boyett. As we continue to work our way through the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters qualifications. A trip zip for Elizabeth Boyett. And she heads on down the racetrack. It'll be an 8.015 pass for Elizabeth Boyett on a trip zip. 78.71 miles per hour for Elizabeth Boyett. Grayson ran an 8.524 at 75.62 miles per hour. Carson Morfrey from Ellington, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane in dragster number 2263. Going up against Aaron Kennedy in car number K215 out of Middleburg, Florida. And both of them red light. Left-hand lane ran a 7.950. That was Aaron Kennedy at 81.55 miles per hour. Carson Morfrey ran a 7.977 at 80.52 miles per hour. That'll bring up Caden Holdaway in the right-hand lane out of Inverness, Florida, and dragster number 2400 going up against Bailey Kobe from Fort Myers, Florida, and dragster 262X be in the left-hand lane. Julian Edelman in the left-hand lane ran a 7.932 pass at 79.29 miles per hour. Red light in the right-hand lane. And that'll bring up Brooklyn Collins. Brooklyn Collins out of Keystone Heights, Florida, will be in dragster number 201C. And in our buys in pro, it's going to be car number 2206. Super Pro bike, it's bike number 291. Super Pro first round buy is J267. Junior Street, it's car number 2404. And Sportsman, it's car number 275. Brooklyn Collins with a red light, and that brings up our final junior dragsters, dragster number 415R. That'll be taking time. We got a couple of reruns coming up here, and then we'll do a quick fluff and buff on the racetrack before we get into first round eliminations here at Gainesville Raceway. A 7.88 run at 81.7 miles per hour for that junior dragster, and that'll do it for the junior dragsters for qualifications. And this is a rerun qualification attempt for car number 2X76. Again, this is a rerun for car number 2X76. Yeah, it's a run of 6.110 at 112.18 miles per hour. And we're going to be moving into first round eliminations here in just a little bit. We're going to do a fluff and buff of the racetrack. And in just a little bit, we'll be calling you over for the first round eliminations. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please come over to the stage lanes for first round eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Again, calling all Jeans Glass Pro Class cars to lanes 3 and 4, overflow to 3, 5, and 6. Again, Jeans Glass Pro Class cars to lanes 3 and 4, overflow to 5 and 6 for first round eliminations. All cars, if you're eliminated in the first round, we do offer a buyback. You can get that at the base of the tower. Again, if you are eliminated in the first round, please come to the base of the tower and you can get your buyback to get into the second round. First call for Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. and a track record of being the best. Redline Oil Products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Ping Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar, paint and body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and thank you for coming out to today's Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series at Gainesville Raceway. We're looking forward to a fantastic day of racing action, and we'll get things started here in just a few moments. But before we do, at this time, I'd like to ask you all to please rise as we turn things over to track chaplain Phil Green to give today's invocation.
Thank you, Kyle. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for yet another opportunity to be here doing what we love to do. And Lord, I just ask for your blessings upon this day on the for the staff and crew working hard here. Lord, for each person that came out to brave this heat to race and have some fun with family and friends. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity and ask for your safety upon us. Lord, thank you for the men and women abroad and here in the States, Lord, that are protecting us and give us these freedoms. And Lord, I do need to lift up Andy Lindsay and his family, Lord, as his mother is not doing well. And Lord, they're preparing for her to go home. Lord, so be with them, give them peace and comfort. And Lord, again, just watch over us, lead, guide, and direct us through this day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing as we honor America with the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go racing. Time to go racing here at Gainesville Raceway. It's time for the Jeans Glass Pro Class Round 1 eliminations. In for a great day of action here at Gainesville Raceway, and we're going to start off with Lee Zarembra in the left-hand lane in car number L227 out of Inverness, Florida, dialed in at 6.47, going up against car number 292A, dialed in with a 6.63 in the right-hand lane. So, yeah, we appreciate you all coming out to the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series as we get things underway. If you're eliminated in the first round, we do offer a buyback for you to get into round number 2. You can purchase that at the base of the tower as we get going here. This is the Jeans Glass Pro Class, and we are ready for the first elimination race of the day. We are ready to go, and they rock it on down the racetrack. Great starts for both of these drivers. Pretty equal through the 330, and the win going on the right lane, a 6.618 at 96.87 miles per hour. Lee ran a 6.434 at 103.17. Brings up Reed Ferrara in the left-hand lane in car number 294F out of Jacksonville, Florida. Dialed in at 7.13 in the Pontiac Firebird, going up against car number 2805 in the right-hand lane. Nice start for Reed Ferrara. We'll see if he can move into the next round. He does. So 7.138 for Reed Ferrara at 95.91 miles per hour, moving into round number 2. Roland Alfred Corky comes up in the left-hand lane. He'll be going up against Clint Wilson. Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida, and Roland Alfred Corky out of Glen St. Mary, Florida. Roland is dialed in with a 6.97. That's what he's looking for. Clint Wilson with a 6.88. So again, Roland Alfred Corky will be in that left-hand lane in the truck going up against Clint Wilson. As we work our way through first round eliminations in the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Appreciate you all listening in on YouTube, wherever you are, as well as 97.1 FM. They rock it on down the racetrack. And the winner is going to be the right lane. Clint Wilson going to get the best of Roland Alfred Corky. A 6.883 run for Clint Wilson as Corky broke out. A 97.86 pass for Clint Wilson. Moving on to round number 2. Caleb Tully will be in the right-hand lane out of Middleburg, Florida. 7.31 on the dial for Caleb Tully in car number 241C. That'll be the Ford Mustang going up against D. Litchie in the left-hand lane in car number L202. Dialed in at 6.58 is D from St. John, Florida. And too early for Caleb Tully, so D will get the win in the left-hand lane. D will win with a 6.618 at 102.63 miles per hour as Caleb Tully went a little bit too early there. And D moving on to round number 2. Bart Pangilinan will be up in the left-hand lane from Melrose, Florida. 6.64 on the dial for Bart Pangilinan. Dawson Bass in the Ford Mustang in the right lane from Jacksonville, Florida, dialed in at 7.20. And they both red light, and the win going to go to Bart Pangilinan. So double red light there. Bart Pangilinan going to move into round number 2. A 6.634 pass for Bart at 101.35 miles per hour. Chris Duffett comes up in the right-hand lane. Christopher Duffett out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. 6.54 on the dial for Chris Duffett. That's what he's looking for. And in the left-hand lane, you got car number 2323 looking for a 6.75 on the dial. We're working through our Jeans Glass Pro Class cars. And the win go to Chris Duffett in the right-hand lane. Chris Duffett with a 6.537 pass at 101.60 miles per hour. They both broke out. But Chris Duffett's going to get the better of the car in the left-hand lane as Chris Duffett goes on to round number 2. Jeremy Fireball Davis will be in the right-hand lane from Palm Coast, Florida, looking for a 5.70 on the dial for Jeremy Fireball Davis. Paul Allen will be in the left-hand lane. Paul Allen from Middleburg, Florida, looking for a 6.68. And a great start for Paul Allen. We'll see if he can hang on to this. Here comes Fireball. And Fireball eliminates Paul Allen with a 5.704 at 120.96. Paul Allen breaking out. And Jeremy Fireball Davis moving on to round number 2. David Zinke in the right-hand lane looking for a 7.04 in car number 540. Going up about against Paul Vizzo in the left lane in car number 2X86. Looking for a 6.22 on the dial in that left lane to David's 7.04. First call for Super Pro Bike to lane 7. First call for Super Pro Bike class to lane 7, please. Good start for David. And they'll head on down the racetrack. And the winner is going to be David in the right-hand lane with a 7.055 pass at 92.47 miles per hour. David moving on to the next round. John Enfield will be in the left-hand lane from Dade City, Florida, looking for a 6.71 on the dial there for John's machine. Going up against car number 2327 in the right-hand lane, looking for a 6.02. Yeah, put that first call off to Super Pro Bike class to lane number 7 for first round eliminations. We can go to the right-hand lane at a 5.992 pass at 113.53 miles per hour in the right lane. Paul Ferreira comes up in the right lane. He'll be out of Jacksonville, Florida. 6.51 on the dial for Paul Ferreira going up against truck number 1901. Looking for a 7.61 on that truck's dial. And red light in the left-hand lane. Paul Ferreira is going to go through to the next round, a 6.481. He broke out. That's okay. He goes on to the next round as he at 105.40 mile per hour pass for Paul Ferreira. John Duane comes up in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. 6.0 even for John Duane in car number J267. Travis Britt will be to his left from Glen St. Mary, Florida. And truck number 253X, looking for a 6.70, is Travis Britt in the left-hand lane to John Duane, 6.0 even. And the win going to Travis Britt in the left-hand lane. Looks like John Duane may have triggered a red light in the right-hand lane. 6.695 win for Travis Britt. 98.13 miles per hour for Travis Britt as he moves on to round number 2. Pete Rogas coming up in the right-hand lane from St. Augustine, Florida, 6.54 on the dial for Pete Rogas. Russ Morris will be in the left-hand lane from Citra, Florida. He's looking for a 7.06. And we go to Pete Rogas in the right-hand lane, a 6.537 pass for Pete at 98.51 miles per hour. Ralph Bratton will come up next. Will be in the right-hand lane out of Gainesville, Florida. 6.25 on the dial for Ralph. Bob Hogston will be in the left-hand lane from Lake Butler, Florida. 6.33 on the dial for Bob in the pickup truck. And Bob and Ralph have a pretty good race going on. It's going to be Bob Hogston as Ralph Bratton broke out. 6.368 on the dial for Bob Hogston. 107.4 miles per hour as Bob moves into the next round. Mike Mockney comes up in the right-hand lane from Venice, Florida. He'll be in the right lane looking for a 6.18 on the dial. The Ford Mustang in the left-hand lane is looking for a 6.63. That's Mustang number 3206. And the win going to Mike Mockney. That was a close race. 6.220 at 107.6 miles per hour. As Mike Mockney able to pull it out, and 6.638 at 110.3 miles per hour. As Mike Mockney moved on to round number 2, Marcus Cruz going to be in the left-hand lane. 7.19 on the dial for Marcus Cruz. You got car number 737 to his right, looking for a 7.18. And the win going to the left-hand lane. Marcus Cruz moving on to round number 2 with a 7.228 pass at 87.55 miles per hour. Chad King will be in the left-hand lane from Gainesville, Florida. Second call for our Super Pro bike class. Second call for Super Pro bike class. Please come to lane number 7 for first round eliminations. Daniel Soliers will be in the right-hand lane from Reddick, Florida. 7.46 on the dial for Daniel. And the win go to Daniel Soliers, moving on to round number 2 with a 7.483 pass at 86.85 miles per hour. Tony Gambardella will come up in the right-hand lane from Mims, Florida. 6.11 on the dial for Tony Gambardella. Tommy Shoup will be in the left-hand lane from McClenny, Florida. 6.47 is what Tommy's looking for. And Tommy going a little bit early. Tony Gambardella moves into round number 2. And Tony going to win it with a 6.355 pass at 86.43 miles per hour. That'll bring up Lee Todaro from Gainesville, Florida. 7.64 on the dial for Lee Todaro. Mark Pop Jr. will be in the left-hand lane for Jacksonville, Florida. 6.51 on the dial for the Corvette in the left lane. Attention in the pits now, calling all FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4, please. Attention in the pits, please come to the stage lanes. FB Trailer Super Pro class, this is your first call to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4, please. Third call for Super Pro bike class to lane 7. Final call for Super Pro bike class to lane 7 for first round eliminations. Again, final call for Super Pro bike class to lane 7. Second call for FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to lanes 3 and 4 for first round eliminations. This is Lee Hauser in the right-hand lane going up against Tom Courtney from High Springs, Florida. Tom Courtney in the Trans Am looking for a 7.14. Lee looking for a 6.96. Oh, it's a great start for Lee. Gets a little wheel spin the first 60 feet. And headed on down the track, the win going to Lee in the right-hand lane. Yeah, that was a 002 reaction time for Lee Hauser. A 7.030 at 89.11 miles per hour as Lee moving on to round number 2. Ernie Renfro will be in the right-hand lane out of Middleburg, Florida, 6.71 on the dial for Ernie. And then Mike French comes up in the left-hand lane out of Ocala, Florida, 6.22 on the dial for Mike French. And car number V219. Red light for Andy Renfro and Mike French going through to the next round. And Mike French broke out, but that's okay. 6.212 for Mike French as he moves on to round number 2 at 107.99 miles per hour as Ernie Renfro went just a tad bit early there in the right-hand lane. And so that'll bring up Darren Stutz in the left-hand lane. So Darren Stutz in the left-hand lane out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, going to be going up against Pontiac Firebird number 1850. That'll be in your right-hand lane. We got a single run here for Darren Stutz, excuse me. He'll head on down the racetrack, and Darren Stutz gets the win. 6.269 pass for Darren Stutz at 107.87 miles per hour. So that'll bring up Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane. Jason Rollins out of High Springs, Florida. 7.38 on the dial in the right-hand lane against car number 2X76. That'll be in the left-hand lane. It's looking for a 6.10. Second call to the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4 for first round eliminations. Final call for Super Pro Bike class to lane 7. You're up next. The win going to the left lane. Car number X2X76 gets the win. A 6.117 at 108.6 miles per hour gets the win. Moving on to round number 2. James Evans will be up next from Jacksonville, Florida. 6.98 on the dial for James Evans. And Robert Simpson will be in the left-hand lane, also all out of Jacksonville, Florida for Robert Simpson. Car number 2902, looking for a 7.61. And a double red light for both of these machines, but it's James Evans that's going to go through to round number 2. A 6.981 pass off of the red light for James Evans at 96 miles per hour as James Evans moves into round number 2. Phil Green will be in the left-hand lane out of Ocala, Florida. 6.06 on the dial for Phil Green. Be going up against car number 292. That'll be in the right-hand lane. Car 292 dialed in at 6.63. Phil Green against car 292, and they are off and running. Headed on down the racetrack. Phil Green picks up the win, a 6.071 pass for Phil Green. Moving on to round number 2 at 109.93 miles per hour. Phil Green moving on to round number 2. That brings up Rodney Markham in the right-hand lane out of St. Augustine, Florida, dialed in at a 7.0 even. Going up against Earl Spicer from DeLand, Florida, dialed in with a 5.93. A wheel stand there for Earl. And the win going to Earl Spicer in the left-hand lane, a 5.954 pass for Earl at 109.9 miles per hour as Earl moves his way into the next round. So that's going to bring up our Super Pro bike class coming up, and third call for our FB Trailer Super Pro class. Should be getting into the stage lanes at this current point. This is Jeremy Fireball Davis in the right-hand lane, going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. First round eliminations for the Super Pro bike class. And both of them red light. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going through to round 2. A 5.576 pass for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. at 123.37 miles per hour. And moving on to round number 2. Vance Audishell will be in the right-hand lane, going up against Anthony Vieira. Vieira has a 5.41 dial. Vance looking for a 7.50. Vance out of Vero Beach, Florida. And Vance at the red light in the right-hand lane. Anthony Vieira going on to round 2. 5.405 for Anthony Vieira at 130.71 miles per hour. Santi Rodriguez Jr. on the X200 machine will come up in the right-hand lane. He's looking for a 6.40 on the dial. Joel Hickman will be in the left-hand lane out of Ocklawaha, Florida, looking for a 6.75. And too early for Joel Hickman. Santi Rodriguez Jr. will head on into round number 2. 5.501 for Santi Rodriguez Jr. at 123.20 miles per hour as Santi Rodriguez Jr. heads into round number 2. Larry Berger will be in the right-hand lane going up against Brett Bennett. Brett Bennett will be in the left-hand lane out of Palaca, Florida. Larry Hillen out of Jacksonville, looking for a 6.68 on the dial. Brett Bennett looking for a 6.06. We can go to Brett Bennett in the left-hand lane. A 6.109 pass for Brett Bennett at 110.75 miles per hour. Mike Lukowski will come up from Fleming Island. He'll be in the left-hand lane on bike number 2951. He's looking for a 5.30 on the dial. Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida will be in the right-hand lane, looking for a 5.66 on his dial as they get ready to go here. Good start here for Dwayne Leachman. Mike Lukowski as well. Dwayne Leachman moving on to round number 2 with a 5.685 past 117.97 miles per hour for Dwayne Leachman. Moving on to the next round. Scott DeLong comes up in the left-hand lane going up against Tom Motes. Scott DeLong out of Citra, Florida. 5.61 on his dial. Tom Motes with 7.0 even from Ocala, Florida. And the win going to Tom Motes to the right lane. 7.044 for Tom Motes. 99.91 miles per hour as he moves into round number 2. Final couple of first round eliminations coming up for the Super Pro bike class. And then we'll move right into our FB Trailer Super Pro class. This is bike number 2006 in the left-hand lane going up against bike number 277X. That'll be in the right-hand lane. Looking for a 5.60 dial in the right lane and a 5.55 in the left. Yeah, the right lane, got to get the win, a 5.686 pass at 111.62 miles per hour, and we have a slow mover in the left-hand lane. There goes Roy Hagdorn. That's your first round bye. And Roy with a 5.641 pass at 119.84 miles per hour, moving into round number 2 for Roy. And that brings up our FB Trailer Super Pro class. They'll be coming up for first round eliminations. This will be Gene Spaziani in the right lane from Lake City, Florida, going up against Roland Corky Alford from Glen St. Mary, Florida. And the win going to Gene Spaziani, moving on to round number 2 in the right lane, a 5.454 pass at 122.27 miles per hour as Gene Spaziani moves into the next round. That brings up car number 212 in the left-hand lane, looking for a 7.47 on the dial, going up against truck number E287, 6.35 on the dial for that truck in the right-hand lane. Wing going to the left-hand lane, 7.470 pass, 113.59 pass for the left lane going into the next round. Kelly Hicks in the right-hand lane. 4.58 on the dial for Kelly Hicks going up against Robbie Little. Robbie Little from Yulee, Florida will be in the left-hand lane, a 5.13 dial on the Robbie Little machine. And again, Kelly Hicks in that right lane. Identical reaction times for both of them. They head on down the track, and Robbie Little in the left lane is going to get the win, a 5.160 for Robbie Little at 133.21 miles per hour. Kelly Hicks ran a 4.617 at 149.53 miles per hour. Just wasn't good enough as Robbie Little moving on to round number 2. That's car number 2211. That'll be in the right-hand lane going up against truck number 796. Looking for a 6.96 dial in the left lane. Looking for a 6.36 for the car in the right lane. Yeah, you would are going to be in the right-hand lane, 6.359. They both broke out. The right-hand lane, a trip zip as well. 105.38 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. They're moving on to round number 2. Darwin Garcia from Eustis, Florida will come up next. He'll be in the right-hand lane 5.80 on the dial for Darwin. That's what he's looking for. And then you got Dave Damarest in the Dragster. He'll be in the left-hand lane looking for a 4.70 is Dave Damarest from Fort McCoy, Florida. Darwin Garcia and Dave Damarest. There goes Darwin. Oh, just a slight bit early there for Darwin. And Dave Damarest going through to round number 2. 4.711 pass for Dave Damarest in the left-hand lane. 145.30 miles per hour for Dave as he moves into round number 2. Randy Bangham comes up in the right-hand lane from Palmetto, Florida. He'll be dialed in at 5 even. Gary Vasquez will be to his left. 4.71 on the dial for Gary. Out of Alachua, Florida. Trip zips for Randy Banger. And Randy's going to win the race. 4.994 for Randy with a trip zip. 129.92 miles per hour as Randy moves on to round number 2. Gary ran a 4.704, broke out there and ran 146.78 miles per hour. James Hicks Jr. will be up next. He'll be in dragster number 219H in the right-hand lane out of Elkton, Florida. Looking for a 4.71 on his dial. Left-hand lane dragster number 2974 dialed in at 6.08. Lane 4.736 pass for James Hicks Jr. at 145.78 miles per hour. And James Hicks Jr. will go into the next round. Trey Bunner will be in car number J273. He'll be in the right-hand lane. It's dialed in at 6.08 for Trey. Lou Hawthorne will be in the left-hand lane in the dragster. Dragster number 2011. Dialed in at 4.43. Wing going to Trey Bunner in the right-hand lane. 6.088 pass on 110.58 miles per hour for Trey Bunner. Brings out David Harris in the right lane. 4.83 on the dial for David Harris. Jim Barbara in the left-hand lane looking for a 6.61. From Trenton, Florida. Steve Shoemaker in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida, going up against John Rollins. John Rollins will be in the left-hand lane, 5.85 on the dial for John Rollins. Steve looking for a 4.77 in dragster number 2252X. Wing going to Steve in the right-hand lane, and 009 for Steve Shoemaker. Great start for him, 4.782 at 144.89 miles per hour as Steve Shoemaker moving on to round number 2. Tierra Carter will be in the left-hand lane from Waycross, Georgia. 5.24 on the dial for Tierra Carter. You're going to have car number 1X06 in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.08. Tierra Carter moving on to round number 2. Derek Brewster will be in the left-hand lane from Blackshear, Georgia. 4.97 on the dial in the left-hand lane. Dave Hicks will be in the right-hand lane from St. Augustine, Florida, dialed in at 4.85 on the Dave Hicks machine. Dave Hicks ran a 4.889 at 133.70 miles per hour. Moving on to round number 2 is Tommy Campbell comes up in the right-hand lane from Fleming Island, Florida. He'll be going up against Brennan George in the left lane. That'll be a win for Brendan George in the left lane. A 6.260 pass at 95.51 miles per hour as Brendan George moves into the next round. Tommy Campbell Barocco. Christopher Duffett will be up next in the right-hand lane out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, going up against Nick Brown. Nick Brown from Orange Park, Florida. A 6.02 on the dial for Nick Brown, going up against Chris Duffett again from Wesley Chapel, looking for a 6.52 is Christopher Duffett in the right lane. The wing going to Christopher Duffett in the right-hand lane. A 6.510 as both of them broke out. And a red light for Nick Brown. Christopher Duffett at 105.23 miles per hour. Moving on to round number 2. Brings up Dragster 252G. They'll be in the left-hand lane looking for a 4.59 on the dial. And the right-hand lane car number 2027 looking for a 5.45. As The left lane that's going through the next round, 4.628 past 142.25 miles per hour. Robert Carlson from St. Augustine, Florida, and the Dragster. They'll be in the right-hand lane, looking for a 5.24. Paul Allen from Middleburg, Florida, looking for a 6.68. In car number P202. He'll be in the orange machine. John Koenig will be in the left-hand lane going up against Bobby Trinnell. John Koenig from Ocala, Florida, 6.04 on the dial for John Koenig. Bobby Trinnell, the 5.32 from Fort White, Florida. And a red light for Bobby Trinnell and John Koenig going into round number 2, a 6.088 on the there at 111.33 miles per hour. Car number 0X66 will be taken to the track next. 6.19 dial on that machine. So car number 0X66 will go into round number 2 with a 6.201 pass at 109.64 miles per hour. It'll bring up Chuck Trotter, who will be in the left-hand lane in the C&M racing machine. Out of McClenny, Florida, 5.67 on the dial for Chuck Trotter. Went up against Dragster 2327, who will be on the right-hand lane. And the winner going to be in the right-hand lane, 23-27, moving on to the next round at 4.866 at 142.31 miles per hour. Jordan Gibson will come up next in the left-hand lane. Looking for a 4.50 is Jordan Gibson going up against car number 2293, looking for a 5.82 on the dial in the right lane. 4.50, that's what they're looking for, Jordan, in the left-hand lane. And a wing going to the right lane. Car number 2293 moving on to the next round at a 5.815 and 118.18 miles per hour. Michael Bonacci will be in the left-hand lane from Ocala, Florida. 5.01 on the dial for Michael Bonacci. The right-hand lane looking for a 4.82. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. First call for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class to lanes 1 and 2. First call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2, please. Also, first call for Pro Bike class to lane 7. First call for Pro Bikes to lane 7. Michael Bonacci getting the win in the left-hand lane. He'll win with a 5.120 at 117.63 miles per hour. This is Troy Volker in the right-hand lane out of Ocala, Florida, going up against Daniel Mockney. Troy looking for a 5.88 on the dial, and Daniel with a 4.88. Here we go. And Troy Volker moving on to the next round. Troy with a 5.898. Pass at 116.73 miles per hour as Troy moving on to the next round. A 002 reaction time for Troy Volker. It was a great start for him, and he was able to hang on as Daniel Mockney ended up breaking out. So Troy going on to round number 2. Mark Daniel will be in the left-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, 5.0 on the dial for Mark Daniel. You'll have in the right lane Dragster number 2991 looking for a 4.44. Chad Kennedy in the right lane going up against Keith Collins. And it'll be Chad Kennedy moving on to round number 2 with a 6.447 pass at 106.41 miles per hour. Chad Kennedy moving into the second round. James Bunner will come up next in the JB1X Dragster. He'll be in the right-hand lane looking for a 4.86 on the dial. Michael Rossi in the left-hand lane in the Roadster number B200 from Jacksonville, Florida. Michael looking for a 5.37. Again, calling all Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Second call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lane number 1 and 2 for first round eliminations. Also calling Pro Bike Class to lane 7. Second call for Pro Bike Class to lane 7 for first round eliminations. James Bunner going to go through to the next round, and 003 reaction times for James Bunner. It's a great run for him. 4.895 at 135.63 miles per hour, sending James Bunner into the next round. Ken Grant will come up in the right-hand lane, the Dragster number W262. With a 4.48 dial on that machine. Paul Vizzo will be in the left-hand lane in car number 2X86. Looking for a 6.21 on the dial in the left-hand lane. Left lane gets the win. Paul Vizzo going on to the next round. A 6.568 pass. Not sure what happened to Ken Grant, but he shut it down way early. And Paul Vizzo going through to the next round. As that'll bring up Brian Radley in the right-hand lane in the Chevy Camaro out of Bellevue, Florida. And D going to be on his left side in the left lane out of St. John's, Florida, looking for a 6.62. Nearly identical dial times for both of these machines. So they both red light to Brian Radley. Brian Radley moving on to round number 2, a 6.649 for Brian at 102.66 miles per hour, meeting out D and moving into round number 2. Larry Urbanek will be in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. He'll be in with a 4.44 dial on that Dragster in the right-hand lane. When I get up against Nathan Meserve in the left-hand lane out of Jacksonville, 5.35 on the dial for Nathan. Red light for Larry in the right lane. Nathan gets the win at 5.377, 119.59 mile per hour pass for Nathan Serve, and he goes on to round number 2. Brian Jones will come up next. He'll be in the left-hand lane in Dragster number J281 out of Orange Park, Florida, looking for a 4.59 on the dial. Jackie Bennett will be to his right. Jackie looking for a 4.74 out of Palatka, Florida. Jackie was awfully quick in qualifications, so we'll see what Jackie has for Brian Jones here. Should be a good matchup between these two. We can go into Jackie Bennett in the right-hand lane. Jackie throwing the chutes out as well. That's a 4.778 pass for Jackie at 149.43 miles per hour. And moving on to the next round. Bruce Root comes up in the right-hand lane from Bushnell, Florida. 7.12 on the dial for Bruce Root. Billy Dunn will be to his left in the left-hand lane. Billy looking for a 4.74 out of Leesburg, Florida. And we can go to Billy Dunn. 4.786 takes it for Billy Dunn at 129.2 miles per hour as Billy Dunn moving into the next round. Buddy Goolsby will be in the right-hand lane out of High Springs, Florida. 6.38 on the dial for Buddy Goolsby. Kurt Banks will be to his left from Hastings, Florida. 5.20 on the dial for Kurt Banks. Yeah, we should have all of our Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street in lanes 1 and 2. You are on deck. Pro Bike class as well in lane 7. The wing going to Kurt Banks in the left lane. 5.234 at 125.72 miles per hour. Mike Matreeson is up next from Brooksville, Florida in the right-hand lane, going up against Dragster 2217 in the left lane. 4.57 on the dial in the left lane for that Dragster. Mike Matreeson looking for a 6.53. John Rogas in the right-hand lane from St. John's, Florida, will be going up against Roy Hagdorn from Venice. 6.41 on the dial for the Roy machine in the left-hand lane, and John Rogas jumps the gun way too early there, and that's going to be Roy Hagdorn moving on to the next round. 6.408 for Roy at 107.6 miles per hour, moving through to the next round. Ben Stolen will be in the left-hand lane from DeLand, Florida. 5.93 on the dial for the man in the left-hand lane going up against truck number 2028 in the right lane. 4.98 is what they are looking for in the right-hand lane. Wing going to the right lane. 5.008 passing 135.36 miles per hour. Great start in the right-hand lane, too. A 009 on the reaction time, that right lane, as they go on to round number 2. Tony Gambardella will come up next. He'll be in the right-hand lane, 6.11 for Tony Gambardella. That's what he's looking for. Trey Bunner will have a 6.08 to his left in car number J27. Tony Gabardella moving on to the next round, 6.324 at 87.22 miles per hour. As Tony moves through to the next round, a red light for Trey Bunner. Tailgate of Tony's truck came down as well. But he was still able to make it happen, and Tony moving into round number 2. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. will be in the right-hand lane out of Citra, Florida. Dialed into 5.57 for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He'll be going up against truck number 1796 in the left lane. Looking for a 6.93 on the dial for that left lane. The wing going to the left lane, a 6.937 pass at 92.52 miles per hour. Going on to round number 2. First call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 with overflow to 3 and 4. First call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for first round eliminations. Overflow to 3 and 4 if we need. Final call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2 for first round eliminations. Final call for Pro Bike class in lane 7. Should have all of our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class and Pro Bikes ready to go. You're going to be up next. Second call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6, please. Darwin Garcia from Eustis, Florida, going up against Dragster number 297X. And it's going to be the left lane going through the next round. A 6.070 at 129.70 miles per hour. Darren Stutz in the right-hand lane out of Green Cove Springs, Florida. 5.48 on the dial for Darren. Going up against Dragster B21. That'll be in the left lane. Left lane with the wind, 5.021 at 131.47 miles per hour. Kelly Hicks will be in the right lane from Elkton, Florida, going up against Steve Shoemaker. In the left-hand lane, a 4.76 for Steve. And Kelly looking for a 4.60 in the dial. John Dwayne moving on to the next round, and he'll put a time of 5.957 at 122.67 miles per hour. That's going to get us to our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class coming up. That'll be followed by the Pro Bike class. And then we'll get right into the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Third call for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6, please. This is Hunter Dowling in the left-hand lane, the Ford pickup truck. And in the right-hand lane, this is truck number 1167. They both red light. The win going to Hunter Dowling. Hunter Dowling will get the victory here, move into round number 2 in the left lane. So Hunter with a 10.885 at 64.64 miles per hour. Brings up Chelsea Dwayne, who will be in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. And Caden Holdaway from Inverness. He'll be in the left-hand lane in the Ford Super Duty pickup truck. We can go into Caden in the left-hand lane, a 10.863 pass at 65.38 miles per hour. Weston Daniels will be in the left lane, going up against Tanner Mockney. Tanner in the right lane, looking for a 9.0 on the dial. Weston Daniel with a 10.86. Down the track they go, and Tanner Mockney will get the win at 9.95 at 70.71 miles per hour. And Tanner moving into round number 2. Bring up a pair of pickup trucks here. Truck number 2511, dialed in at 10 even. Going up against truck number X218. Also dialed in at a 10.80 in the right-hand lane. Red light in the right lane. The winner going to be in the left lane going into the next round. And this is a first call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. First call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to come on over to the stage lanes and get ready for first round eliminations. Again, first call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Come on over to the stage lanes for first round eliminations. And we'll give out one final call to the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class for first round eliminations. You'll be coming up after the Pro Bikes, and they'll be coming up next. This is our final couple cars here in the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. Aaron Kennedy will be in the left lane. Molly Banger will be in the right lane out of Palmetto, Florida. Aaron Kennedy from Middleburg. 11.02 on the dial for Aaron Kennedy in car number K215. And we can go in Aaron Kennedy in the left lane, a 10.989 pass as Aaron Kennedy moves into the next round. That brings up the Pro Bikes. It'll be Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane. 9.0 on the dial for Dwayne Leachman. He'll be going up against Richard Holder from Jacksonville, Florida. Looking for an 8.75 dial. This is going to be a fun matchup to start things off here for the Pro Bikes. And we can go into Dwayne Leachman in the right-hand lane, 9.09T for Dwayne Leachman. Moving on to round number 2 with a 142.78 mile per hour pass as Dwayne Leachman moves into the next round. Larry Berger will come up next. He'll be in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida, going up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. on the X200 machine. Sandy looking for an 8.82 on his dial. Larry Berger looking for a 10.55. Larry starts off toward the left, having to steer that back toward the center line just a little bit. And the win going to go to Larry Berger. In the right lane, they both break out. Larry gets the benefit of that. 10.586 for Larry Berger at 122.82 miles per hour. Santi Rodriguez Jr. ran an 8.696 and 140.47 miles per hour. Reginald Harper will come up next from Palm Coast, Florida. He'll be in the left-hand lane going up against bike number 568, dialed in at 9.47. Reginald dialed in with a 12.99. A wing going to the right-hand lane. Bike number 568 moving through to the next round. A 9.511 pass at 141.77 miles per hour. Roy Johnson will come up in the right-hand lane on bike 2039. He's looking for an 11.05 dial. Chuck Wooten will be to his left from Reddick, Florida. 9.91 on the dial for Chuck on bike number C232. Second call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Come on over to the stage lanes for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Second call. We went to Roy Johnson in the right lane, an 11.188 pass for Roy Johnson, 120.8 miles per hour. Vance Adichelle will be in the left-hand lane from Vero Beach, Florida, 10.03 on the dial for Vance. Samuel Parrish looking for an 8.87 from Green Cove Springs, Florida. You're listening to the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series here at Gainesville Raceway. Appreciate you guys listening into 97.1 FM. As well as online on Facebook and YouTube. We can go in a Vance Adichelle in the left-hand lane, 10.536, and that's a 129.99 mile per hour pass for Vance Adichelle. moving on to the next round. Anthony Vieira will be in the left-hand lane going up against Joel Hickman. Joel on bike number 999 from Ocklawaha, looking for a 10.50 on his dial. Anthony with an 8.45. And Joel Hickman with a red light as Anthony Vieira will get the win. He'll go on to round number 2, an 8.487 pass for Anthony Vieira. Very nice pass for him. 158.15 miles per hour as Anthony goes into round number 2. Tom Moats will be in the right-hand lane from Ocala, Florida. This will be our final pairing here of the pro bike class. Going up against Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida, who will be in the left-hand lane. Tom Moats in the yellow jacket. I'm looking for a 10.96 dial. Scott DeLong looking for a 9.12. And they both red light slightly early, and Scott DeLong moving into round number 2. And he'll win it with a 9.133 pass at 144.12 miles per hour. Tom Moats ran a 10.928 at 121.11 miles per hour. And that'll move us into the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Jacob Richards in the Ford Mustang will be in the right-hand lane out of Gainesville, Florida, looking for a 12.27. Chad King will be to his left from Gainesville, looking for a 12.17. And Chad King red lights. And Jacob Richards will move on to round 2. That'll bring out Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane, going up against truck number 25X. And that truck is dialed in at 16.70. Jason Rollins in with an 11.66 from High Springs, Florida. We can go to Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane. They both broke out. Jason Rollins wins with an 11.621 at 117.53 miles per hour and moves on to round number 2. Jay Dickinson from St. George, Georgia will be in the left-hand lane. The Lexus 15.63 dial on the Lexus. And the right-hand lane, you're looking for an 11.33 on car number 737. And the winner is going to be the right-hand lane car 737, moving through to the next round at 117.24 miles per hour. Dawson Bass in the Ford Mustang will be in the right-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, 12.26 on the dial for Dawson. Going up against Corvette number 1172, dialed in at 13.60. Final call here coming up for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You're going to be coming up at the conclusion of our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Again, one more call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. The left lane ended up winning that one at a 13.657 pass. Daniel Soliers comes up next. He'll be from Reddick, Florida, in car number D291, dialed in at 11.81 in the right-hand lane, going up against Jeff Berrier in car number F283, the Dodge Charger, dialed in at 11.88. And we can go into Jeff Berrier in the left-hand lane, a 12.021 pass for Jeff at 102.87 miles per hour. Michael Martin will come up next in the right-hand lane in the truck out of Gainesville, Florida, going up against Steven Strickland, who will be in the Chevy Camaro from St. John, Florida. And the wind's going to go to the left-hand lane. Steven Strickland takes it. 11.747 pass for Steven Strickland at 114.25 miles per hour. And moves on to round number 2. Chris Courtney will be in the Trans Am. He'll be in the left-hand lane out of Gainesville, Florida. 11.10 on the dial for Chris. Bart Pangolin in the Chevy Corvette will be in the right-hand lane out of Melrose. And he's dialed in with a 12.46 in Corvette number 2455. And the wing going to Bart Pangolin in the right lane. Bart pulls it out. 12.508 for Bart at 108.28 miles per hour. Tom Courtney will move into the next to the right lane from High Springs, Florida, looking to try to get into the next round. To do so, he'll have to go through Robert Simpson, who will be in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 12.03. So who's looking to move on to round number 2? It's Tom Courtney against Robert Simpson. Winner going to be in the right lane. Tom Courtney moving on to round number 2 with an 11.114 pass off the red light for Robert Simpson. 122.36 miles per hour for Tom Courtney. That'll bring up Mike Mockney in the left lane, going up against Clint Wilson. Clint Wilson will be in the right-hand lane in car number C243 out of Providence, Florida. 11 even on the dial for Clint Wilson. And Mike Mockney looking for a 12.81 in car number 277X. And the win's going to go to Mike Mockney, a red light for Clint Wilson, and Mike Mockney with a 12.758 pass at 105.77 miles per hour moves into the next round. And they'll bring up Monica Roberts in the left-hand lane, going up against car number 1129. Monica Roberts from Ocala, Florida in the left lane. And the winner going to the left-hand lane, Monica Roberts, with the victory at 12.595 pass from Monica Roberts at 104.79 miles per hour. As it moves Monica into the next round. Marcus Cruz will be up next in the left-hand lane from McClenny, Florida. Looking for an 11.36 dial on that machine. Larry Urbanek in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. Looking for a 12.71. The wing going to Marcus Cruz in the left lane, an 11.471 pass at 103.85 miles per hour for Marcus Cruz. Moving into round number 2, Mitchell Gunter comes up in the Dodge Charger from Stark, Florida. That'll be our bye, and he'll go into round number 2. We'll have our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters coming up. We'll have the Junior Dragsters coming up, and then we'll have the some track maintenance going on before round 2. Clean the track up nice for you guys. And we'll be moving into round number 2. And so Mitchell Gunter, 12.959, sub 13 second pass at 103.62 miles per hour as he'll race in round number 2. And we'll turn our attention to the 6 to 9-year-olds in our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. They'll be on deck. First round eliminations for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You got Addison Williams in the left-hand lane, dialed in with a 13.90 on the Addy the Batty machine. Hudson Matz from Gainesville, Florida will be in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 12.15 for Hudson Matz. And Hudson Matz going to move into round number 2. Hudson Matz with a 12.166 pass, 52.6 miles per hour. Addison ran a 14.81 at 41.4 miles per hour. And the winner is going to be in the left-hand lane. Dragster number 7390 moves into the next round at a 12.047 at 51.67 miles per hour. You got Brinley Holdaway from Inverness, Florida, coming up next. She'll be in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 11.92. Brinley ran an 11.818 pass at 53.92 miles per hour as Brinley Holdaway moves through to the next round. That'll bring up our 10 to 12-year-olds in lane number 2. Johnny Moxley will be in the right-hand lane out of Keystone Heights, Florida. Went up against Dragster 200C that'll be in the left-hand lane. We can go to Johnny Moxley in the right-hand lane. Johnny Moxley with an 8.924 pass at 67.48 miles per hour. Johnny Moxley going to move into round number 2 whole-handedly. Shaw Daniel will be in the left-hand lane. An 8.90 dial for the Shaw Daniel machine going up against Dragster 2940Z. This is Trey Collins against Waylon Bennett. Then we can go into Waylon Bennett in the left-hand lane, 8.967 pass at 64.95 miles per hour for Waylon Bennett going into round number 2. Blake Jones comes up in the right-hand lane from Orange Park, Florida. 9.07 on the dial for the Blake Jones machine. Kylie Mockney will be in the left-hand lane out of Venice, Florida. 8.95 on the dial for Kylie. Attention in the pits, we do have the buys in the next round for you. So just a heads up there. Pro ET, you're going to have car number 219P as your buy in round number 2. Again, Pro ET, 219P is your buy in round number 2. Super Pro Bike, it's bike number 268. Super Pro Bike 268. Again, 268 is your buy in round 2 for Super Pro Bike, 268. In Super Pro, it's car 2211. Car 2211 is your buy in Super Pro. And then we can go into Blake Jones in the right-hand lane, a 9.102 at 70.8 miles per hour. Continuing on with our buys in round 2, Junior Street, it's car K215. K215 is your buy in round 2. Pro Bike, it's bike number 2718. 2718, your buy in the next round for Pro Bike. And in Sportsman, it's car number 2455. 2455 is your buy in the Sportsman. This is Wyatt Hicks and Skylar Carpenter. Skylar Carpenter in the left-hand lane going up against Wyatt Hicks in the right lane. And we can go into Wyatt Hicks. Wyatt Hicks moving on to the next round at an 8.971 pass at 73.83 miles per hour for Wyatt Hicks. This is Grayson Edelman in the right-hand lane from Land O'Lakes, Florida, going up against Juliana Edelman. And the left lane. And the left lane getting the win, Juliana Edelman. And the left lane moving on to the next round with a 7.925 pass at 80.41 miles per hour. Sierra Height comes up in the left-hand lane from Keystone, Florida. Brooklyn Collins will be to her right in Dragster 201C. Caden Hardaway will be in the right-hand lane going up against Dragster 415R. That'll be in the left-hand lane. They head on down the racetrack, and the winner is going to be in the left-hand lane. Dragster number 415R getting the win at 7.968 at 76.13 miles per hour. Moving into round number 2, Weston Daniel will be in the next lane. It will be in lane number left lane, Lake Butler, Florida. 8.07 on the dial for Weston Daniel, and Dragster number 231X will be in the right lane, dialed in at 8.03. We went to Weston Daniel in the left-hand lane. 8.022 pass for Weston at 80.26 miles per hour. Brings up Elizabeth Boyett in the right-hand lane, going up against Jay Santiago, who will be in the left-hand lane out of Orlando, Florida. This is Hunter Dowling coming up in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Carson Morfree in the left lane out of Ellenton, Florida. Hunter dialed in with a 7.92. We're going to do a fluff and buff of the racetrack after these cars go down. We'll get ready for round number 2. Coming up, if you haven't gotten your buyback, and get that at the base of the tower. Wing going at Carson in the left-hand lane, 7.962 pass for Carson at 79.25 miles per hour as Carson moves into the next round. And so that'll do it for the first round. We'll move into round number 2 after our fluff and buff of the racetrack. Did want to go over our buys one more time. If you're listening into the pit lane, just want to make sure that you have the buys ready for when you come up. For round number 2. In Pro ET, it's car number 219P is your buy in Pro ET. Super Pro Bike, you've got car number 268. Super Pro Bike number 268 in Super Pro Bike is your buy in round number 2. In Super Pro, it's car number 2211. 2211 in Super Pro is your buy in round number 2. Junior Street, it's K215. K215 is your buy in the next round for Junior Street. In Pro Bike, it's bike number 2718. 2718 is your buy in the next round for Pro Bike. Sportsman, it's car number 2455. 2455 is your buy in round 2 for Sportsman. We'll have the second round eliminations coming up in just a little bit. We're working on the track. At this time, I'd like to ask the Jeans Glass Pro Class to come to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 2 eliminations. Attention in the pits. Jeans Glass Pro Class, please come to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow to 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. Thank you. We have the buys for the junior dragsters in round number 2. The 6 to 9 year olds, it's dragster number 228 is your buy in the next round. Your buy in the 10 to 12 year olds is dragster number 294Z. 294Z is your buy in round number 2 for the 10 to 12 year olds. And in the 13 to 17 year olds, lane number 1, you're going to have dragster number 2511. 2511 is your buy for the 13 to 17 year olds for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We're getting the track prepped and ready to go for round number 2 at Gainesville Raceway for the Jeans Glass Pro class. That'll be coming your way in just a few minutes. I appreciate you guys coming out here and spending your Saturday with us. This is part of the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Again, we will have the second round eliminations coming up for the Jeans Glass Pro class in just a few minutes.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Ping Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar, paint and body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like Cargo Mate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
We are ready for round 2 in the Jeans Glass Pro Class. And we've got Phil Green coming up. Phil Green getting right after it from Ocala, Florida. 6.06 on the dial for Phil Green. Going up against Clint Wilson. And the eliminations start now. Buybacks are over. And we are ready. See who's going to get into round number 3. Is it going to be Phil Green or Clint Wilson? Great way to start off round number 2 here at Gainesville Raceway. There goes Clint. Phil with a good start. They rock it on down the racetrack. And who gets to round number 3? It's going to be Phil Green. 6.075 for Phil Green, 104.79 miles per hour, and eliminates Clint Wilson. That'll bring up D in the left-hand lane, going up against Anderson in the right-hand lane. Alec Anderson, a 6.62 dial on that machine. Identical 6.62 dial, so you got a heads-up race coming up between these two. It's up brake for Anderson in the right-hand lane. A red light for Anderson. It'll eliminate Anderson from the competition. D moving on to round number 3 with 008 and a 6.621 pass for D at 103.8 miles per hour. And that's going to bring up Reed Farrar. Reed Farrar from Jacksonville, Florida. 7.14 dial for Reed Farrar. In the Pontiac Firebird in the left-hand lane. 737, car 737 in the right-hand lane. 7.20 dial on that machine. And a red light in the right-hand lane, and Reed Farrar moving through to the next round. Reed Farrar with a 7.168, 95.86 mile per hour pass. That was Reed Farrar moves into round number 3. John Dwayne comes up in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. He's got a 5.99 dial on the John Dwayne machine. And then you got Roland Alfred Corky, who will be in the left lane. 6.96 dial for Roland out of Glen St. Mary, Florida. And here they go. Great start for John Dwayne. And the wing going to John in the right-hand lane. He's going to eliminate Roland Alfred Corky. John Dwayne moving on to round number 2, 6.020 for John Dwayne at 108.65 miles per hour. That brings up William Raleigh from Tallahassee, Florida in the right lane. Car number 62805, dialed in a 6.51, going up against Paul Allen. Paul Allen from Middleburg, Florida. And the left-hand lane, 6.67 dial on the Paul Allen machine. Really good starts for both of these machines. It's going to be a close one as they head on down the racetrack. Who wins it? Paul Allen moves into the next round. Paul Allen with a 6.684 at 100 miles per hour even. Paul Allen moving into round number 3. William gave it a run, but broke out at a 6.501 at 101.51 miles per hour. That brings up Christopher Duffett from Wesley Chapel, Florida. Christopher Duffett in the right-hand lane. 6.53 dial on the Christopher Duffett machine. You got Lee Zaremba in the left-hand lane. Car number L227 from Inverness, Florida. Dialed in with a 6.44. And the wing is Christopher Duffett in the right-hand lane. Chris moving on to round number 3, a 6.615 pass for Christopher Duffett at 99.49 miles per hour. That brings up Rodney Markham in the right-hand lane from St. Augustine, Florida, going up against Bart Pangilinan from Melrose, Florida. First call for Super Pro Bike Class to lane 7. First call for Super Pro Bike Class to lane 7. Once again, first call for Super Pro Bike Class. Please come to lane 7 for second round eliminations. We went to Bart Pangilinan, who moves on to round number 3, eliminating Roddy Markham, who had a red light. You have Nick in the right-hand lane, car number 2327, 6.02 dial. Quentin Raleigh in the left-hand lane out of Tallahassee, Florida, dialed in at 6.76. Win going to Quentin Raleigh in the left-hand lane. 6.761 pass at 96.82 miles per hour. That'll bring up Russ Morris in the left-hand lane. Going up against Paul Farrar from Jacksonville, Florida. Paul Farrar dialed in with a 6.48. Car number F286. Paul Farrar in the right-hand lane. Heads on down the racetrack. And the win going to Russ Morris, who gets him 7.069 pass for Russ Morris at 94.13 miles per hour as Russ Morris moves on to round number 3, eliminating Paul Farrar. Stacy Raleigh will be in the right-hand lane in car number 1901. And that's the truck in the right-hand lane. Dialed in a 7.59. Tommy going to be in the left-hand lane out of McClenny, Florida, dialed in with a 6.47. Red light for Tommy and Stacy moving into the next round. Stacy going to go to the next round with a 7.586 pass at 88.44 miles per hour. Stacy Raleigh moving into round number 3. Yeah, Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up on the bike. He'll be in the right-hand lane. Yeah, and this is the second call for Super Pro Bike Class. Please come to lane 7, Super Pro Bike Class for round 2 eliminations. Bob Hoxton will be in the left-hand lane out of Lake Butler, Florida. He's got a 6.35 dial on the Bob Hoxton truck. Jeremy looking for a 5.69. And Bob, a 001 too early for Bob Hoxton. Jeremy Fireball Davis going into the next round with a 5.824 pass. 121.74 miles per hour for Jeremy Fireball Davis. It was that close for Bob Hoxton. Jeremy Fireball Davis going into the next round. Ralph Bratton will be in the right-hand lane out of Gainesville, Florida. 6.24 dial for Ralph Bratton. And you got a 7.17 for Marcus Cruz, who will be in the left-hand lane. And so Marcus Cruz moving on to round number 3. A 7.207 pass for Marcus Cruz at 89.98 miles per hour. Gets Marcus Cruz into the next round. Ralph Bratton eliminated. James Turner is going to be in the right-hand lane out of Keystone Heights, Florida. Going up against the Ford Mustang number 3206. Who makes it to round number 3? It's going to be James Turner. James Turner moving on to the next round. A 7.268 pass for James Turner at 92.80 miles per hour. You got Caleb Tully coming up in the right-hand lane. And just a reminder for our Super Pro bike, the Super Pro bike 268, you're our buy for Super Pro bike. Super Pro coming up, you're got a car number 2211. 2211 is our buy in Super Pro. And Caleb Tully from Middleburg, Florida will be in the right-hand lane, the Ford Mustang. Going up against car number 2X76, dialed in at 6.10. In the left-hand lane, Caleb looking for a 7.29. We can go into the left-hand lane. Car 2X76 puts in a 6.145. Pass at 105.30 miles per hour and moves into round number 3. Dawson Bass comes up in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. A 7.17 dial is what Dawson Bass is looking for. John Enfield is dialed in at 6.63 from Dade City, Florida, in car number E290. And a red light for John Enfield, and Dawson Bass will move on to the next round. Dawson Bass, a 7.211 pass for Dawson at 95.98 miles per hour. And Dawson moving into round number 3. Paul Vizzo in the left-hand lane will be taking on Mike Mockney. Mike from Venice, Florida. 6.18 on the dial for Mike. And the Ford Mustang will be in the right-hand lane going up against Paul Vizzo. 6.22 dial in the left lane. Third call for Super Pro bike class to lane 7. Third call for Super Pro bikes to lane 7. First call for the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2. FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4, please. Attention in the pits. FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4, please. Thank you. And Mike Mockney going to move on to the next round. Both of them red light. Mike Mockney with a 001. That'll send him on to the next round. A 6.144 pass for Mike Mockney at 110 miles per hour. I bring out James Evans from Jacksonville. Travis Britt will be in the left-hand lane, a 6.72 dial, and Travis Britt machining truck number 253X. He's looking for a 6.72 on the dial. James Evans with his 6.97. Again, second call for FB Trailer Super Pro class. Please come to lanes 1 and 2. And with your overflow, you're going to be in 3 and 4. Big wheel stand for Travis Britt. He lands it down, and he fires it down the racetrack. And Travis Britt is going to be your winner. A 6.764 pass for Travis Britt at 94.83 miles per hour, eliminating James Evans. Jason Rollins comes up in the right-hand lane, the Pontiac Firebird from High Springs, Florida, looking for a 7.39 dial, and Firebird number 2225. And he'll be going up against Darren Stutz from Green Cove Springs, Florida. 6.15 on the dial for Darren. So we got Davern Stutz in the left-hand lane, Jason Rollins in the right lane. It's going to be Jason Rollins in the right lane moving into round number 3. 7.427 pass for Jason Rollins at 89.47 miles per hour. Moves Jason into the next round. Mike French will be in the right-hand lane from Ocala, Florida, looking for a 6.22 on his dial. Earl Spicer will be in the left-hand lane from DeLand, Florida, 5.93 on the dial for Earl. And we can go to Earl in the left-hand lane. Earl moving on, a 5.966 for Earl at 103.2 miles per hour as Earl moves into the third round, eliminating Mike French. Pete Rogas will be in the right-hand lane going up against Tony Gambardella. Tony looking for a 6.11. Pete with a 6.51. And we're going to Tony Gambardella in the left-hand lane, a 6.149 pass at 104.63 miles per hour as Tony goes into round number 3. Yeah, Lee Hauser in the right-hand lane. Going up against Ernie Renfro. Ernie in the left lane out of Millburg, Florida, looking for a 6.72. Lee with a 6.99. And a red light for Lee. That eliminates Lee in the right lane. Ernie Renfro moving into the next round. 6.719 pass for Ernie Renfro at 102.25 miles per hour. I'll bring up David in the left-hand lane going up against Daniel Salyers. David with a 7.05 dial. Daniel with a 7.45. And we can go to David in the left-hand lane, a 7.050 pass. That's set 92.47 miles per hour as David goes into the next round. Lee Tadar from Gainesville, Florida will be in the right-hand lane going up against Anderson in the left lane. Alec Anderson in car number 292A, looking for a 6.62 on the dial. And Lee going to get the win in the right-hand lane. Lee going on down, and Lee wins with a 7.546 pass at 89.65 miles per hour. Brings up Mark Pop Jr. This is our bye run for the Jeans Glass Pro class. And then we'll move on to our Super Pro bikes, which are coming up next. Mark Pop Jr. from Jacksonville, Florida. And Mark Pop Jr. with a 6.467 pass at 104.91 miles per hour, and that ends the Jeans Glass Pro class round 2 eliminations. We'll move on to second round eliminations for the Super Pro bike class coming up, and then we'll move into the FB Trailer Super Pro class as well. Third call for the FB Trailer Super Pro. Tom Oates against Scott DeLong. And there goes Tom and Scott with a nice start. And they head on down the racetrack. The winner going to be Scott DeLong in the left-hand lane, a 5.879 pass at 97.52 miles per hour for Scott DeLong. Mike Lukowski in the right-hand lane out of Fleming Island will be up next against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from Citra, Florida will be in the left-hand lane. 5.57 dial on the Dwayne Schmidt Jr. machine. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. moves on to round number 3, a 5.589 pass for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. at 118.51 miles per hour, eliminating Vance Howdyshell. That's Vance Howdyshell in the right-hand lane from Vero Beach, Florida, going up against Roy Hagedorn. And a win going to Vance Howdyshell in the right-hand lane, a 7.540 pass for Vance. As he moves on to the third round, Samuel Parrish from Green Cove Springs, Florida, going up against Joel Hickman from Ocklawaha. We can go to Samuel Parrish in the right-hand lane, a 5.621 pass for Samuel Parrish at 121.87 miles per hour, which will bring up Santi Rodriguez Jr. on bike X200. 5.43 dial on that machine. Anthony Vieira with a 5.41. And we can go to Anthony Vieira in the left-hand lane. 5.435 pass for Anthony Vieira at 132.48 miles per hour. Something happened to the Santi Rodriguez Jr. machine, and he's going to push that bike off the line as Anthony Vieira goes on to round number 3. So that brings up Larry Berger in the right-hand lane going up against bike 2006 in the left. Larry Berger out of Jacksonville, Florida, looking for a 6.66 dial, 5.55 in the left lane. And we can go into Larry in the right-hand lane. Larry moving on with a 6.756 pass at 103.23 miles per hour. Dwayne Leachman will come up next from Wildwood, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane looking for a 5.66 dial. Jeremy Fireball Davis will be in the left lane. This should be a good one between these two. And the win going to Dwayne Leachman, 5.709 for Dwayne Leachman at 114.72 miles per hour. Jeremy Fireball Davis eliminated with a 5.755 pass at 122.34 miles per hour. As Dwayne Leachman moves on to round number 3. Brett Bennett will be up next from Palatka, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane, 6.06 dial on the Brett Bennett machine. This is our bye for the Super Pro bike class. So I'll bring up the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Dave Damrest will be up next from Fort McCoy. He'll be in the left lane in the purple Dragster. 4.70 dial for Dave Damrest. Right-hand lane, you get truck E287 going up against Dave. 6.40. Dave Damrest moving on to the next round with a 4.725 pass at 142.69 miles per hour. I'll bring up David Harris in the right-hand lane. Dragster number A244 4.84 dial on the David Harris machine. Lou Hawthorne will be in the left-hand lane. A 4.42 dial for Lou. Win going to Lou Hawthorne in the left lane after the red light for David Harris. A 4.387 pass for Lou Hawthorne at 158.22 miles per hour. James Hicks Jr. will come up in the right-hand lane from Elkton, Florida. 4.72 dial on the James Hicks Jr. machine. Daniel Mockney will be in the left-hand lane from Venice, Florida. 4.87 on the dial for Daniel Mockney. And we can go to James Hicks Jr. in the right-hand lane, a 4.734 pass at 145.93 miles per hour. James Hicks Jr. moving on to the next round. Tierra Carter comes up from Waycross, Georgia. 5.24 dial on the Carter machine. That'll be in the left lane. Randy Banger will be in the right-hand lane with a 4.99 dial out of Palmetto, Florida. Win going to Randy Banger in the right-hand lane, a 5.014, 131.36 mile per hour pass for Randy as Tierra broke out. Randy Banger moving on to round number 3. Bobby Trinnell now coming up in the Roadster, the blue Roadster in the right lane out of Fort White, Florida. Dialed in at 5.32. John Rollins will be to his left in the left lane, dialed in at 5.85. And we're going to John Rollins in the left lane. John moving on to round number 3, 5.857 pass at 115.36 miles per hour for John Rollins. Brendan George will come up in the left lane, a 6.15 dial for Brendan George. Tommy Campbell will be to his right in the right lane from Fleming Island, Florida. Tommy Campbell in car number T200, looking for a 6.4. We can go into Derek Brewster in the left-hand lane. Derek with a 4.989 pass at 136.46 miles per hour. Moves on to round number 3. Christopher Duffett from Wesley Chapel, Florida, will be in the right-hand lane. Going up against truck number 796, dialed in at a 6.91. Christopher Duffett with a 6.53. We can go into the left lane. That truck moving on to the next round. Truck number 796 with a 6.976 run at 96.96 miles per hour. Dave Hicks in the right lane out of St. Augustine, Florida, dialed in at 4.84. Going up against Robbie Little in Dragster number 2020. 5.15 dial on that machine. Robbie out of Yulee, Florida.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
That's all taken care of, and we are on to Dave Hicks and Robbie Little. Dave Hicks in that right-hand lane, Robbie Little in the left. Yeah, some trouble with the Dave Hicks machine. Looks like Dave having some issues putting that into reverse. And they're going to, track crew going to run down and see what's going on with the Dave Hicks machine. And we go to Robbie Little with a 0.001 reaction time. Robbie Little, how about that? 5.172 at 132.65 miles per hour. Robbie Little going out of round number 3, eliminating Dave Hicks. Trey Bunner now coming up in the right-hand lane. And car number J273, 6.08 dial for Trey Bunner. John Koenig will be to his left from Ocala, Florida, looking for a 6:08. Heads Up Racing for both of these machines. And a red light for John Koenig. Trey Bunner moving on to the next round. Trey with a 6.123 pass at 110.42 miles per hour, which gets Trey on to round number 3, eliminating John Koenig. Nathan Maserve in the left lane in the Roadster going up against car number 0x66, dialed in at 6.20. Nathan moving on to the next round. And then you got dragster number 2991 going up against car number 212. It'll be in the left lane. Some trouble off the start in the left-hand lane. And let's see who pulls this off. It's going to be the right-hand lane. 4.545, and Dragster 2991 moves on to the next round at 128.55 miles per hour. Brings up Kelly Hicks from Elkton, Florida. Kelly Hicks in the right-hand lane going up against Nick Brown. Nick Brown from Orange Park, Florida. And we can go to Nick Brown in the left-hand lane, a 6.18 for Nick Brown at 112.34 miles per hour. Chuck Trotter will be in the left-hand lane out of McClenny, Florida, going up against dragster number 2293 in the right lane. We can go to Chuck Trotter in the left lane. 4.7 even for Chuck Trotter at 146.89 miles per hour. Gets Chuck Trotter into the next round. Steve Shoemaker going to be in the right-hand lane going up against Gary Vasquez. And that's Gary Vasquez moving on to the next round with a 4.713 pass to 144.10 miles per hour. Ryan Radley coming up in the right-hand lane out of Bellevue, Florida, 6.62 dial on the Chevy Camaro. And then the Dragster 25 2G in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 4.60. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Now calling all Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. Again, attention in the pits, tension in the pits. Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. Pro Bike Class to lane 7. First call for Pro Bike Class to lane 7. First call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lane 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. Robert Carlson in the right-hand lane out of St. Augustine, Florida, going up against Michael Bonacci from Ocala. Michael with a 5.02 dial in the left-hand lane. Robert Carlson dialed in at 5.29. Good starts from both of them. They rock it on down the racetrack, and the winner is going to be Michael Bonacci in the left-hand lane, 5.011 for Michael Bonacci at 134.26 miles per hour as Michael moves his way into round number 3, eliminating Robert Carlson. Jim Barbara from Trenton, Florida, will be in the left-hand lane, 6.6 dial for Jim, and car 1X06 in the right-hand lane. And a jump in the right-hand lane. Jim moving on to round number 3. Jim Barbara, 6.6 even at 103.51 miles per hour for Jim Barbara. And Jim moving into round number 3, eliminating car number 1X06. Chad Kennedy from Middleburg, Florida, will be up next. He'll be in the right-hand lane. Up against Jackie Bennett. Jackie Bennett's been awfully quick today in the left lane. Jackie with a 4.77 dial. Swirly for Jackie Bennett. She's able to take the win. 4.896 run at 148.69 miles per hour as Jackie Bennett takes the win. A red light for Chad Kennedy is going to eliminate Chad Kennedy. Billy Dunn from Leesburg, Florida, will be in the left-hand lane. 4.74 dial for Billy. And then you've got Dragster 2327 to the right side of Billy. Be in the right lane at 4.86 dial. Billy Dunn gets the win. 4.748 as Billy Dunn moves into round number 3 with a 138-mile-per-hour pass. John Dwayne will come up next from Jacksonville, Florida, 5.99 dial for the John Dwayne machine. And then Ken Grant will be in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 4.49. Ken Grant in the left lane, a 4.517 pass for Ken Grant at 154 miles per hour. Moves Ken Grant into round number 3. Troy Volker will be in the right-hand lane from Ocala, Florida, 5.87 dial on the Troy Volker machine. Mark Daniel will be in the left lane in Dragster number 213. 5.0 dial for Mark Daniel from Jacksonville, Florida. The win going to Mark Daniel in the left lane, eliminating Troy Volker, a 5.088 pass for Mark Daniel at 126.70 miles per hour. Jordan Gibson comes up in the left-hand lane in Dragster 238P, 4.49 dial for Jordan, going up against James Bunner in the right-hand lane. And calling all Allen Speed Machine Junior Street should be in lanes number 1 and 2 and Pro Bike Class to lane 7 for second round eliminations. Third call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lane number 1 and 2. Third call for Pro Bike Class to lane 7 for second round eliminations. And the win going to Jordan Gibson, the left lane, 4.484 pass, 154.2 miles per hour for Jordan Gibson. Again, 154.2 miles per hour. Jordan Gibson moving on to round 3. Larry Urbanek in the right-hand lane going up against Roland Corky Alford in the left lane. 6.96 dial for Roland and a 4.46 for Larry. Wing going to Roland Corky Alford in the left-hand lane, a 6.964 pass at 96.62 miles per hour for Roland Corky Alford. Moves into round number 3. Paul Allen will come up in the right-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida, dialed in at 6.68 And going up against Dragster number 297X.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Paint Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar Paint and Body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Back to racing action at Gainesville Raceway. Paul Allen will be in a right-hand lane out of Middleburg, Florida, going up against Dragster 297X. Right-hand lane, Paul Allen gets the victory. A 6.715 pass for Paul Allen. Moves him into the next round. Keith Collins will be up in the S10 pickup truck in the left-hand lane out of Keystone Heights, Florida, going up against Dragster number 2X77. And the right-hand lane going to win. Keith Collins, Redlet, and car 2X77 moving on to the next round with 142.12 mile per hour pass. Buddy Goolsby will be up next in the right-hand lane going up against Kurt Banks. Kurt Banks from Hastings, Florida, in the left-hand lane. 5.20 dial on the Kurt Banks Dragster. Buddy Goolsby with a 6.40 with the truck. And winner going to be in the right-hand lane, Buddy Goolsby, moving on to round number 3. 6.4 even for Buddy Goolsby at 105.42 miles per hour, eliminating Kurt Banks. Mike Matreeson will be up next. He'll be from Brooksville, Florida, in the right-hand lane, going up against Dragster 2217 in the left lane. Dialed in at 4.57. Mike Matreeson with a 6.57. And we go into the right-hand lane. Mike Matreeson moving on to the next round. Mike Matreeson with a 6.556 at 102.73 miles per hour. Bruce Root will be in the right-hand lane out of Bushnell, Florida. 7.18 dial on the Bruce Root machine. Brian Jones in the Dragster will be in the left-hand lane out of Orange Park, Florida. Dialed in at 4.60 for Brian Jones. Going to Brian Jones in the left lane out of Orange Park, Florida. Brian Jones with a 4.610 pass at 137.88 miles per hour as Brian Jones moves his way into round number 3, eliminating Bruce Root. Jerry McGill will be in the left-hand lane in Dragster number 2905, going up against Darren Stutz from Green Cove Springs, Florida. 5.54 dial on Darren Stutz machine. Jerry McGill with a 5.18. And they're going to push Jeremy McGill off the line. There's something amiss with the Jeremy McGill machine. And so Darren Stutz will get a run into round number 3. And Darren Stutz ran a 5.549 at 124.24 miles per hour. And we're going to Paul Vizzo in the left-hand lane. Something happening with the John Rogas machine, and Paul Vizzo moving on to round number 3. And first call for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, lanes 5 and 6. First call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, lanes 5 and 6 for round 2 eliminations. This is Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the right-hand lane out of Citra, Florida. 5.57 dial on the Dwayne Schmidt Jr. machine going up against Roy Hagedorn in the left-hand lane out of Venice, Florida. 6.41 dial on the Roy Hagedorn machine. Coming up after the FB Trailer Super Pro, we'll have the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. Should be in lane number 1 and 2, and the Pro Bike class in lane 7 coming up. Win went to Roy in the left-hand lane. Roy moving on to round number 3. Tony Gambardella will be in the right-hand lane, going up against Ben Stolen in the left lane out of DeLand, Florida. Big wheel stands for both of these trucks. They thunder on down the raceway, and the winner is going to be in the left-hand lane, Ben. Moving on to round number 3 with a 5.959 past 105.56 miles per hour. That'll bring up dragster number B21 in the right-hand lane, going up against truck number 1796 in the left lane. Filed in a 6.93. And that win going to the right lane. Dragster B21 moving on to round number 3 with a 5.007, 130.27 mile per hour pass as they move on to the 3rd round. Trey Bunner coming up in the right lane, and Car number J27 going up against Steve Shoemaker in the left-hand lane. 4.77 dial on the Steve Shoemaker machine out of Jacksonville, Florida. Again, second call for our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. You'll be coming up after the Pro Bike class. We'll get through our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street and Pro Bike class. So Trey and Steve going at it. And then we'll have our bye run as well. This is our last pair in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. And we can go to Trey in the right-hand lane. Trey Bunner in the right lane, 6.130 at 108.43 miles per hour as Trey moves on to round number 3, eliminating Steve Shoemaker. And that brings up our bye in this round. Car number 2211 is your bye. Dialed in at 6.35. And then we'll move right on into our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street for second round eliminations. Yeah, 6.343 pass for that machine at 106.66 miles per hour. That brings up the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. This is Tanner Mockney in the right-hand lane going up against Weston Daniels. Yeah, the win to going to Tanner Mockney. Tanner in the right-hand lane. Moving on to the next round, a 9.022 pass for Tanner at 72.58 miles per hour. Moves Tanner Mockney into round number 3. Chelsea Dwayne is in the right lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, going up against Hunter Dowling in the left lane out of Gainesville. And Hunter, red lights, and goes early. Chelsea Dwayne moving into the next round. Chelsea with a 9.197 broke out, but that's okay because Hunter ended up with the red light. Chelsea moving into round number 3 with a 67.62 mile per hour pass. And Elizabeth Boyett now coming up in the left-hand lane, going up against truck number 1167, dialed in at 12.10. to a 9.85 for Elizabeth Boyett. Red light in the right-hand lane, and Elizabeth Boyett moving on to the next round. 10.154 pass for Elizabeth at 73.14 miles per hour. That brings up Molly Banger in the Honda, who will be in the right-hand lane going up against Caden Holdaway in the Ford Dually. That'll be in the left-hand lane out of Inverness. Yeah, I'll make a first call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to come on over for round 2 eliminations. First call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Please come over for your next round of eliminations. It'll be a round number 2 for you. FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, this is your first call to come over to the stage lanes. Thank you. A red light in the left-hand lane. Aaron Kennedy will be moving on to the next round. So Aaron Kennedy moving on with a time of 11.181 at 65.638 miles per hour for Aaron Kennedy, who moves into round number 3. And we'll get into the Pro Bike class that'll be coming up. And then after that, right into the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, which this will be our final call for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Should be in lanes number 5 and 6 for round 2 eliminations. And then second call for our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Come on over to the stage lanes, FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, for next round of eliminations. This is Richard Holder in the left-hand lane going up against Brett Bennett. Brett Bennett from Palatka, Florida. 9.51 dial on the Brett Bennett machine. Richard Holder with an 8.75 dial. And this is our first pair for the Pro Bike class. Second round eliminations. And we can go into Brett Bennett in the right-hand lane. Brett Bennett with a 9.544 pass and 131.13 miles per hour. As Brett Bennett into round number 3. Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood will be in the right lane against Anthony Vieira, who will be dialed in at 8.49. Yeah, we can go into the left lane. Anthony Vieira moving on to round number 3. 8.532 for Anthony Vieira at 148.94 miles per hour. And Reginald Harper will come up in the right lane going up against Vance Houdeshell. Vance Houdeshell from Vero Beach, Florida, dialed in at 10.20. Reginald Harper looking for a 13.04. And a win going to Reginald Harper with a 13.185 for Reginald at 96.98 miles per hour. Vance with a 13.316. Reginald moving into round number 3. Roy Johnson will come up in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 11.10. Scott DeLong will have a 9.12. We can go to Roy Johnson in the right lane, 11.120 for Roy Johnson. at 114.68 miles per hour. Scott DeLong ran a 9.206, but Roy Johnson moving into round number 3. Chuck Wooten will be in the right-hand lane out of Reddick, Florida, 9.91 dial on the Chuck Wooten machine. Samuel Parrish will be in the left lane from Green Cove Springs, Florida, dialed in at 8.87. And that win going to be going to Chuck Wooten in the right-hand lane. Chuck Wooten with a 9.931 pass, 124.21 miles per hour for Chuck Wooten, who moves on to round number 3. Tom Motes will be in the right-hand lane up against Joel Hickman. And Joel Hickman out of Ocklawaha, dialed in at 10.30. Wing going to Joel Hickman in the left-hand lane. Joel with a 10.490 pass at 126.66 miles per hour, as Joel Hickman will find his way into round number 3. And that'll bring up Larry Berger, our bye in this round on bike number 2718. And we'll get right into our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Make one final call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters coming up right after the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Final call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Larry Berger ran a 10.570 at 124.33 miles per hour and moves into round 3. That'll bring up Travis Phillips and Jeff Berrier. Jeff Berrier in the Dodge Charger. He'll be in the left lane, dialed in 11.98 for Jeff. Travis looking for an 11.23 in car number 737. Wing going to Jeff Berrier in the left lane. 12.145 pass at 94.36 miles per hour for Jeff. Travis Phillips ran on 11.407 at 116.40. Jeff Berrier moving into round number 3. Larry Urbanek in the right-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, going up against Steven Strickland in the left-hand lane in the Chevy Camaro. And the win's going to go to the left lane, Steven Strickland, eliminating Larry. Steven into round number 3 at 11.688 pass and 111.32 miles per hour. Mitchell Gunter in the right-hand lane going up against Corvette number 1172. Mitchell in the Dodge Charger out of Stark, Florida. 12.94 dial for him. Corvette looking for a 13.64. Marcus Cruz in the right lane going against Monica Roberts. And tough break for Monica Roberts. That's going to eliminate Roberts as she went slightly early, a 007. Too early for Monica Roberts. Marcus Cruz going through to the next round. An 11.518 pass for Marcus Cruz, 102.28 miles per hour. Sends Marcus Cruz into the next round. Dawson Bass will be in the right-hand lane going up against Tom Courtney. See what Tom Courtney can bring to the table here out of High Springs, Florida. And the Trans Am's been very racy so far today. Dawson Bass going to be tough to beat, though. And the winner going to be Dawson Bass in the right-hand lane, 12.369 for Dawson Bass as he moves on to round number 3, eliminating Tom Courtney. Mike Mockney will be in the left-hand lane going up against Jacob Richards. Jacob Richards in the white Ford Mustang out of Gainesville, Florida, will dial in at 12.21. Tough break for Jacob Richards, though. He's got a red light. And Mike Mockney is going to move through to the next round. Mike going to lay down a 12.761. He breaks out, but that's okay. 106.14 miles per hour for Mike Mockney, eliminating Jacob Richards as Mike moves on to round 3. Jade Dickinson from St. George, Georgia, will be in the right lane in the Lexus, going up against Robert Simpson. Robert Simpson out of Jacksonville, Florida. So Robert Simpson and Jade Dickinson. Jade Dickinson going to have about a 3-second start here over Robert Simpson. And they head down that racetrack, and the winner is going to be Robert Simpson in the left-hand lane, eliminating Jade Dickinson. Robert Simpson moving to round 3 with a 12.192 at 102.58 miles per hour for Robert Simpson. Chris Courtney will be in the left-hand lane at Gainesville against Michael Martin. Michael Martin also out of Gainesville. Michael Martin looking for a 13.27. Chris Courtney looking for an 11.10. And the win going to Chris Courtney in the left lane. Chris Courtney going on to round 3 and 11.190 for Chris Courtney at 119.52 miles per hour. Jason Rollins and Clint Wilson going up against each other. And who moves on to round number 3? It's going to be Jason Rollins. Jason Rollins moving on to round 3. The right lane takes it. 116.40 miles per hour for Jason Rollins from High Springs, Florida. And moving on to round number 3, eliminating Clint Wilson. Tony Cuero in the right-hand lane from Fort White, Florida, going up against Daniel Soliers in the left lane. We do have our buys in the next round as well for Jeans Glass Pro Class. You get car number 295F is your buy in round number 3. Car 295F, your buy in round 3. And as these two cars head on down the racetrack, we got one more car to go in the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, and win going at Daniel Salyers in the left-hand lane. Daniel with an 11.892, moving into round number 3. Your buy for Super Pro in round 3. Buy for Super Pro in round 3 is car number 154F. 154F is your buy in Super Pro, and in Pro it's 295F. This is Bart Pangolinin who will move into round number 3. And that is going to do it for our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. We move on to the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. So this will bring up our junior dragsters. 6 to 9 year olds. Peyton Turner will be in the left lane, going up against Addison Williams. Addison Williams, dragster number 291X. Dialed in at 14 even. Peyton Turner looking for a 12 even. And the win going to Peyton Turner. Addison Williams with a red light in the right-hand lane. Peyton Turner moving on. 12.417, pass at 50.47 miles per hour. That brings up Cooper Collins in the left-hand lane from Odessa, Florida. 14.30 dial for the Cooper Collins machine. Brindley Holloway will be in the right-hand lane out of Inverness, Florida, dialed in at 11.90. Good takeoff for Cooper Collins. And Cooper will grab the win. Cooper with a 14.385 at 43.2 miles per hour as Cooper Collins goes through to the next round. And that'll bring up Hudson Matz as your last in round number 2 for the junior dragster 6 to 9-year-olds. Hudson Matz out of Gainesville, Florida with a 12.15 dial as Hudson Matz will go into round number 3. He gets the bye. That brings up our 10 to 12-year-olds. Jackson Collins comes up in the left-hand lane. 9.72 on the Jackson Collins machine. Skylar Carpenter will be to the right in the right lane out of St. Petersburg, Florida. 8.90 dial on the Skylar Carpenter machine. We go to Skylar Carpenter in the right-hand lane. Skylar with a 9.297 pass at 69.34 miles per hour. Shaw Daniel will come up next in the right lane. Shaw Daniel in Dragster 284. Dialed in at 8.90. Johnny Moxley looking for an 8.91. About identical dial times on both these machines. Johnny Moxley out of Keystone Heights, Florida. And Dragster number 200. We can go into Shaw Daniel. Shaw Daniel with a 9.025 pass at 71.40 miles per hour. Right lane takes it. Johnny Moxley ran an 8.939 at 68.63 miles per hour. Shaw Daniel moves into round number 3. Waylon Bennett will be in the right-hand lane against Kylie Mockney. Kylie out of Venice, Florida. Waylon Bennett with an 8.92 dial. Kylie with an 8.95. Left lane, a one at Kylie Mogny with a 9.064 at 70.43 miles per hour. And moves into round number 3. Santiago in the right-hand lane out of Orlando, Florida, going up against Peyton Duffett. Peyton out of Wesley Chapel, dialed in at 8.96. And the wing going to Santiago in the right-hand lane. Santiago with a 9.057 at 70.81 miles per hour. Moving into the next round. Trey Collins in the right lane out of Odessa, Florida. 8.95 dial on the Trey Collins machine. Scarlett Hicks from Elkton, Florida will be in the left lane. And Dragster X217. 9.60 dial for the Scarlett Hicks machine. Wing going to Trey Collins in the right lane. 8.974 pass at 71.51 miles per hour for Trey Collins. Wyatt Hicks will be in the right-hand lane going up against Blake Jones. Blake Jones in the left lane from Orange Park, Florida. Wyatt Hicks in Dragster number X218 is dialed at 8.96. Blake Jones looking for a 9.07. Blake Jones gets the win, 9.197 as Blake Jones moves into the next round. 70.2 miles per hour for Blake Jones. Wyatt Hicks ran a 9.11 at 72.55 miles per hour. That'll bring up Brooklyn Collins from Keystone Heights, Florida in the right-hand lane going up against Weston Daniel. Weston in the left-hand lane. Out of Lake Butler, Florida at 8.05 dial on the Weston Daniel machine. Brooklyn Collins looking for a 7.90. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling to Jeans Class Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4. Jeans Class Pro Class, please come to lanes 3 and 4. First call for Jeans Class Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4. Brooklyn Collins won that race, moves on to the next round. 7.971 for Brooklyn Collins at 78.25 miles per hour. Right lane, Molly Banger won the race, 7.963 at 80.22 miles per hour. Caden Holdaway coming up in the right-hand lane, going up against Dragster 231X. Second call for Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. Second call for Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for second round elimination. Third round eliminations for Jean Glass Pro Class. Caden all the way in the right-hand lane, going up against Dragster 231X. Yeah, the wing going to the left-hand lane at 8.094 in that left lane, 76.24 miles per hour. Went on to the next round. Briella Browning will come up in the right-hand lane out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Went up against Aaron Kennedy in the left lane. And a win, Aaron Kennedy moving on to the next round. 7.967 pass for Aaron Kennedy at 81.32 miles per hour. Moving on against Briella Browning. Juliana Edelman going up against Hunter Dowling, who will be in the right-hand lane. Hunter Dowling, 7.92, identical dials on both of these machines. Hunter Dowling in the right-hand lane, 7.92 dial. Juliana Edelman in the left-hand lane out of Land O'Lakes, Florida. And we'll see who's going into round number 3 for our junior dragsters. Yet if you're part of Jeans Glass Pro Class, you should be in lanes number 3 and 4, getting ready to go for round number 3 eliminations. And a great start for Hunter Dowling on the right-hand lane. Edelman coming on strong in this run, but Hunter Dowling moving on to the next round. Right lane takes it at an 8.017 at 76.86 miles per hour for Hunter Dowling, who moves into round number 3, eliminating Juliana Edelman. In the left lane, you're going to have Sierra Height in the left lane. 7.94 dial on the Sierra Height machine out of Keystone, Florida, going up against Tanner Mockney. Tanner Mockney in the right lane out of Venice, Florida. 7.99 dial for Tanner. We can go to Sierra Height in the left lane. 7.994 for Sierra Height, 80.46 miles per hour, and beating out Tanner Mockney. Brings up Bailey Kobe from Fort Myers, Florida. Going to be in the right-hand lane, and Bailey with an 8.08 dial on that machine. Carson Morfrey from Ellenton, Florida, 7.96 dial in the left lane. And we can go to Bailey Kobe in the right lane. 8.102 for Bailey Kobe at 76.98 miles per hour as Bailey goes into round number 3. Elizabeth Boyett will be in the right-hand lane out of Cortez, Florida, up against Jay Santiago. Jay Santiago out of Orlando, Florida, dialed in at 7.93. Elizabeth Boyett with a 7.96. And right after this, we're going to fluff and buff the track. And coming up, we'll have our Jeans Glass Pro Class. First call for Super Pro Bike Class for lane 7 for your next round of eliminations. First call for Super Pro Bike Class for round 3 eliminations. Please come to lane 7. It's Elizabeth Boyett moving into the next round. Trip 0 for Elizabeth Boyett, and she did a great job. 8.007, 79.09 for Elizabeth moving into the next round. Jay Santiago ran a 7.948 at 79.46 miles per hour. That'll do it for the junior dragsters. We're going to fluff and buff this track for y'all and get you ready for round 3 eliminations. So once again, first call for Super Pro Bike class to lane 7 for third round eliminations. Once we finish with this, we're going to move right into the Jeans Glass Pro class in lanes 3 and 4.
reliability to drive thousands of miles, confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
For third round eliminations, FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 for third round eliminations. Third call for Super Pro bike class to lane 7. If you're not in there already, they are coming up after the Jeans Glass Pro class. This is James Turner and D in the left-hand lane. Wing going to James Turner in the right-hand lane after D with a red light. James Turner moving on to round number 4 with a 7.304, 93.78 mile per hour pass for James Turner. Dawson Bass moves into the right lane, and Quentin Raleigh will be in the left-hand lane from Tallahassee, Florida. Quentin with a 6.76 dial. Dawson with a 7.19. Tony Gambardella will be in the right-hand lane going up against Marcus Cruz. Marcus Cruz with a 7.17 dial. Tony with a 6.11. That's a good start for both of them. They head on down the racetrack. Who's going to move into round number 4? It's going to be Marcus Cruz in the left-hand lane, 7.203. Marcus Cruz with an 85.29 mile per hour pass as he moves into round number 4. Stacy Raleigh in the left-hand lane going up against Lee Tadaro. Lee from Gainesville, Florida. In the right-hand lane, dialed in at 7.60 for Lee. Stacy with a 7.59. Wing going to Lee in the right-hand lane. Lee moving into round number 4. 7.627 pass for Lee Tadaro at 88.76 miles per hour as Stacy broke out. Lee Tadaro moving into round number 4. John Dwayne comes up in the right lane going up against Paul Allen. Second call for the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2. Second call for FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro Bike class in lane 7. Great race between these two. And it's a win for Paul Allen in the left lane. 6.702 at 98.13 miles per hour as Paul Allen moves into the 4th round, eliminating John Dwayne, who ran a 6.032. 110.96 miles per hour for John Dwayne. Not good enough as Paul Allen moves into the next round. Ernie Renfro comes up in the right-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida. 6.71 dial for Ernie Renfro. Russ Morris will be to his left. In the left lane out of Citra, Florida, 7.05 dial in the Russ Morris machine. And Russ is going to take the win. 7.092 for Russ Morris and 93.25 miles per hour, eliminating Ernie Renfro. Christopher Duffett will be in the right-hand lane out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, going up against Bart Pangolinan from Melrose, Florida. Bart with a 6.64 dial, going up against Christopher Duffett with a 6.54. Third call for FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2. Third call, FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. And a win going to Bart Pangolinan in the left lane. He moves on to round 4, 6.692 for Bart Pangolinan at 98.24 miles per hour as Bart moves into the next round. David Zinke in the right-hand lane, 7.04 dial for David. And Phil Green will be in the left lane, 6.06 dial for Phil from Ocala, Florida. And Phil Green moving on to round 4, 6.084 for Phil Green at 109.27 miles per hour off a 004 reaction time. Phil Green making it happen and putting that car in round number 4. Jeremy Fireball Davis will be in the right-hand lane, going up against Tim Butler. Tim Butler from Sarasota, Florida will be in the left-hand lane, a 6.13 dial for Tim Butler. Fireball looking for a 5.75. Oh, too early for Tim Butler. 001 early for Tim Butler. And Fireball going through to the next round. Jeremy Fireball Davis. A 5.743, 122.79 mile per hour pass for Jeremy Fireball Davis, who moves into round number 4. Jason Rollins will come up in the right-hand lane out of High Springs, Florida, going up against Mark Pop Jr. from the Jacksonville, Florida area. 6.45 dial on the Mark Pop Jr. machine to Jason Rollins' 7.40. Red light for Mark Pop Jr. That's going to eliminate Mark Pop Jr. Jason Rollins going on to round number 4. 7.407 run for Jason Rollins at 91.45 miles per hour as Jason Rollins moves into the fourth round. This is Travis Britt from Glen St. Mary, Florida, in the right lane going up against Mike Mockney. Mike Mockney from Venice, Florida, will have a 6.18 dial in the left lane in that Mustang. Wing going to Mike Mockney in the left-hand lane. Mike Mockney, 6.228 at 103.6 miles per hour. And Mike Mockney will move into the next round. Earl Spicer coming up in the right-hand lane out of DeLand, Florida, going up against Reed Farrar from Jacksonville, Florida. Reed Farrar in car number 295F in the Firebird. 7.15 dial on the Reed Farrar machine. Final one in the Jeans Glass Pro Class for round 3. Who's going to round 4? Is it Reed Farrar or Earl Spicer? And they both red light early, and Earl Spicer going to be going through to the next round. The right lane wins it. And Earl Spicer on to the next round with a 5.939 run off of the double red light. Earl Spicer, 112.64 miles per hour. That brings up our Super Pro bike class. Left lane got the win. Dwayne Leachman with a 5.717 pass, 113.59 miles per hour, moves into round number 4. Samuel Parrish in the left-hand lane going up against Scott DeLong. Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida. Samuel Parrish out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, who moves into round number 4. And a win going to Scott DeLong in the right-hand lane, a 5.665 pass at 118 miles per hour as Scott DeLong moves into round 4. This is Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the right lane going up against Larry Berger. Larry out of Jacksonville, Dwayne out of Citra, Florida. 6.68 dial for Larry, and Dwayne looking for a 5.57. Red light for Vance Hoddyshaw and Anthony Vieira going through to the next round. Anthony with a 5.439, 127.56 miles per hour. Your buy in round 4 for Pro ET is G223. G223, Phil Green, you are the buy in Pro ET for round 4. Lou Hawthorne in his dragster in the left lane going up against car number 2211 in the right-hand lane. 6.34 dial on that machine. Lou Hawthorne with a 4.40. First call for Allen Speed Machine, Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. We're putting you in 3 and 4. And then we can go to Lou Hawthorne in the left lane. Lou takes it with a 4.44, 147.23 mile per hour pass. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street, you are being moved to lanes 3 and 4. Please come to lane 3 and 4 for your next round of eliminations. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street, lane 3 and 4 for next round eliminations. Also, first call for Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes to lane 7. And Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, please come to lanes 5 and 6 for third round eliminations. Lou Hawthorne, of course, got that win. This is James Hicks Jr. in the right-hand lane going up against Chuck Trotter. Should be a good matchup between these two. Tight race. James Hicks Jr. moving on to the next round. 4.759 for James Hicks Jr. at 143.43 miles per hour. Moves James Hicks Jr. into the next round. Chuck Trotter ran a 4.698. But James Hicks Jr. moves into round 4. Trey Bunner is going to be in the right-hand lane going up against John Rollins. John Rollins will be in the left-hand lane. 5.85 dial in John Rollins machine. Trey Bunner looking for a 6.12. John Rollins in the left lane, a 5.864 takes it for John Rollins. Moving into round number 3, eliminating Trey Bunner. 114.34 miles per hour for John Rollins. Randy Banger comes up in his dragster. It'll be dragster number B217. He's looking for a 4.99 dial from Palmetto, Florida. Roy Hagdorn will be in the left-hand lane from Venice, Florida, looking for a 6.41. Yeah, we're looking for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. Please come to lanes number 3 and 4 for your third round of eliminations. Pro Bike class to lane 7. Pro Bikes to lane 7, and Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6, please. Thank you. Wing going to Roy Hagdorn in the left-hand lane. He moves on to the next round and eliminates Randy Banger, who ended up red lighting in the right-hand lane. Derek Brewster comes up in the left-hand lane, and Dragster 210T, 4.97 dial, and Derek Brewster machine out of Blackshear, Georgia. Right lane looking at a 4.43 in that Dragster. Derek Brewster going on to round 4, a 4.993 pass for Derek Brewster at 136.15 miles per hour. And Derek Brewster moves through to the next round. Brian Radley will be in the right-hand lane going up against Jim Barbara in the left-hand lane out of Trenton, Florida. Once again, we are looking for Allen Speed Machine Juniors in lanes 3 and 4. You're going to be in lanes 3 and 4 for your next round. Pro Bike class, please come to lane 7. For round 3 eliminations. Pro Bike class to lane 7. And the wing going to Brian Radley in the right-hand lane. 6.641 for Brian. Moves into round 4. Nathan Maserve in the right-hand lane in the Roadster. He'll be going up against Brendan George. Wing going to Brendan George in the left lane. 6.224 run for Brendan George at 98.66 miles per hour. Darren Stutz comes up now in the right-hand lane from Green Cove Springs, Florida. He'll look for a 5.53 dial. And Robbie Little will be in the left lane out of Yulee, Florida. That wing going to Robbie Little in the left lane. Moving on to round number 4 is Robbie Little out of Yulee, Florida. Roland Corky Alford comes up in the right-hand lane out of Glen St. Mary, Florida. He'll be going up against Mark Daniel. Mark Daniel in the left lane out of Jacksonville. Winner going to Mark Daniel. Moving on to round number 4, 5.0515 for Mark Daniel at 132.95 miles per hour. Mike Matreeson will be in the right-hand lane out of Brooksville, Florida, 6.54 dial in the Mike Matresa machine. Billy Dunn will be in the left lane next to him out of Leesburg, Florida. We can go to Billy Dunn in the left lane at 139.93 mile per hour pass at 4.745 for Billy Dunn and eliminating Mike Matresen. Buddy Goolsby will be in the right-hand lane going up against Jackie Bennett, who will be in the left-hand lane. And we're looking for all our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lane 3 and 4. Pro Bike class to lane 7, and Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class should be in lanes 5 and 6 ready to go. And problems on the Jackie Bennett machine. That's going to be a upset. Buddy Goolsby going into round number 4. Not sure what happened to Jackie Bennett, but tough break for Jackie Bennett. And we got a fire, it looks like, inside that machine. They are spraying retardant into the, looks like maybe the engine compartment as the fire crews have come out. Great to see Jackie get out of the vehicle. But they are working on the Jackie Bennett machine. And oh yeah, big fire under the hood of that machine. And they are currently working on getting that put out. And it looks like they have successfully done that. Give a big round of applause to our safety crews here, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see Jackie, first of all, out of that vehicle. But some big trouble off of the start, obviously, on that Jackie Bennett machine. And they have been able to successfully eliminate the fire under the engine compartment. So that'll put us on a quick pause here at Gainesville Raceway as we continue to try to get through the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Again, it was Buddy Goolsby in the right-hand lane who ran a 6.587 pass, and Buddy moving on to round number 4. Got a huge shout out to our Gainesville track crew responding to that. We appreciate them very much. Just glad again to see Jackie Bennett get out of there. And track crew is currently working on the start line and drying up the retardant that was put down off of the Jackie Bennett machine. Once again, still under a track hold here at Gainesville Raceway as the crews are continuing to work on the racetrack and clean up the incident that happened at the starting line off of the Jackie Bennett machine that ended up catching fire under the hood. They were able to extinguish that. And again, we appreciate all of our Gainesville Raceway track crew for the quick efforts to get that extinguished. Once we get back to racing, we are currently in third round eliminations for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. We'll move on to Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. You should be in lanes 3 and 4 for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. We're moving you to lanes 3 and 4 the remainder of the day. Pro Bike class in lane 7 and the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class will follow that in lanes 5 and 6. Yeah, we appreciate everybody coming out to our 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Just a reminder that we have a non-denominational chapel service on Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on the tower 3rd floor. I'd love to see you out for that. Everyone is welcome. Again, that's a non-denominational chapel service that'll be on the 3rd floor of the tower tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. All right, looks like we're just about ready to get back racing after the Jackie Bennett machine was pushed off the line. Our crews did a great job cleaning the track up, and we are ready to get back to racing here at Gainesville Raceway. It's going to be Jordan Gibson in the left-hand lane in Dragster 238P going up against Dragster 2X77 that'll be in the right-hand lane. And the right lane got the win, 4.891 in the right-hand lane, 140 miles per hour, as the left lane went a little bit too early there. You're going to have Nick Brown in the left-hand lane going up against Dragster B21. Win in the left-hand lane is 6.030 for Nick Brown. 109.91 miles per hour for Nick Brown, who moves into round number 4. Trey Bunner will be in the right-hand lane going up against Michael Bonacci in the F214 Dragster. 5.01 dial for Michael Bonacci from Ocala, Florida. Left lane grabbed the win. Michael Bonacci moving on to round number 4, 5.036, 132.50 miles per hour for Michael Bonacci. Ken Grant will come up next. He'll be in the right-hand lane going up against Paul Vizzo in the left-hand lane. 6.22 dial on the Paul Vizzo machine. Ken Grant dialed in at 4.51. And we can go into Paul Vizzo in the left-hand lane. Paul is going to pull off the win and move into round number 4. And Ken Grant under power and headed on down the racetrack. Not sure what happened to the Ken Grant machine, but Paul Vizzo will end up in round number 3. Excuse me, he's moving on to round number 4. We are currently in round number 3 here, as we got Paul Allen that's on the line. He'll be from Middleburg, Florida. Paul Allen in the right-hand lane in car number P202, getting ready to go against Gary Vasquez, who will be in the left-hand lane. Gary has a 4.70 dial in the left lane. Paul Allen with a 6.67. There goes Paul Allen. Oh, and a jump for Paul Allen. 001 reaction times early for both of these drivers, and Gary Vasquez is going to get the win. 4.715 run for Gary Vasquez, and he gets the win. Left lane grabs the win. And move on to the next round. Attention in Super Pro. We need the following cars back to the stage lanes for reruns. Car number W262. Car number 2X86. Car number 2175. And car number P202. Again, that's car number W262. We need you all back to the stage lanes for reruns. W262, car 2X86, car 2175, and car P202. Please come back to the stage lanes for reruns. Caden Holloway in the left-hand lane. Red lit, and Chelsea Dwayne goes to the next round. 9.197 for Chelsea Dwayne at a 67.19 mile per hour run for Chelsea. Tanner Mockney will come up next in the right-hand lane, going up against Elizabeth Boyett, who will be in the left lane. Touching the pits, now calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. All FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, please come to the stage lanes for your round 3 eliminations. Again, all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. And again, we do need car number W262, car 2X86, car 2175, and car P202 back to the stage lanes for a rerun. Eric Kennedy will come up in the right-hand lane. That'll be your bye in this run for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. And then we'll move right into Pro Bike. Second call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to come to the stage lanes for round 3 eliminations. Final call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. And the winner going to be Brett Bennett in the left-hand lane. Brett Bennett ran a 9.604 at 124.42 miles per hour as Brett Bennett moves into the fourth round. Anthony Vieira will be in the right-hand lane going up against Chuck Wooten. Chuck Wooten will be in the left lane from Reddick, Florida, 9.91 dial on the Chuck Wooten machine. Anthony Vieira dialed in at 8.49. Reginald Harper in the right-hand lane going up against Joel Hickman. And a red light for Joel Hickman. Reginald Harper moving on to the next round. Reginald Harper wins with a 13.212 pass at 97.12 miles per hour for Reginald Harper, who moves into the next round. And that brings up Roy Johnson as our bye in this round for the Pro Bike class. We'll move on to the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class following this. Still looking for car W262, car 2X86, car 2175, and car P202. Please make sure you're back to the stage lanes for your rerun. Roy Johnson puts in a time of an 11.290 at 119.45 miles per hour. Oh, gosh, yeah. Yeah. Car 2X86, we are looking for car 2X86. Please come to the stage lanes. Again, car 2X86, please come to the stage lanes for your rerun. We're still looking for one car. Car 2X86, please return to the stage lanes. Jeff Berrier in the left lane going up against Daniel Salyers. And it's Daniel Salyers going through to the next round, going through to round 4 with an 11.843 pass to 107.16 miles per hour. Mitchell Gunter comes up from Stark, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane going up against Steven Strickland. And a red light for Mitchell Gunter. Steven Strickland going through to round number 4. Tough break for Mitchell. And Steven puts in an 11.642 pass at 119.17 miles per hour. Jason Rollins will come up next in the right lane, going up against Chris Courtney, who will be in the left lane. We can go to Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane. 11.671 run for Jason Rollins. Caps it off at 112.32 miles per hour for Jason Rollins, who moves into round number 4, eliminating Courtney. Dawson Bass comes up in the right-hand lane, going up against Bart Pangolinin. And it's Bart Pangolinin that takes the win, 12.513 for Bart Pangolinin at 96.07 miles per hour. And gets the win against Dawson Bass. Mike Mockney will come up in the right-hand lane against Robert Simpson. Mike Mockney in the 277X machine going up against Robert Simpson. Looking for a 1209 is Robert. Mike Mockney looking for a 1279. And that win went to Robert Simpson. The left lane, 12.110 for Robert Simpson, 106.25 miles per hour. Marcus Cruz will come up in the right-hand lane, McClenny, Florida. This is a rerun for Paul Allen and Gary Vasquez. Gary with a 001. Gary Vasquez headed on down. He'll win the race in the left lane. 4.728 for Gary Vasquez. Wins it with a 142.9 mile per hour pass. Gary Vasquez going to the next round. Ken Grant comes up against Paul Vizzo. This is another rerun. And then we'll move right into our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We go to Ken Grant in the right-hand lane. Ken Grant going through with a 4.523 pass, 152.31 miles per hour, and eliminates Paul Vizzo. Here we'll get into our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. So I moved into the semifinals of the 6 to 9 year olds for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You got Hudson Matz going up against Cooper Collins. Hudson Matz will be in the right-hand lane, and Cooper Collins will be in the left. Cooper Collins with a 14.40 dial, and Hudson Matz with a 12.13. And double red light for both of these race car drivers. Cooper Collins will go through to the final. So Cooper Collins going through to the final and put in a 14.825 at 42.13 miles per hour. And Cooper Collins will race in our 6 to 9 year old final. Brings up Peyton Turner. Peyton Turner will be in the left lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, and we'll get a bye into the final. Peyton Turner will go through to the final. 12.335 run for Peyton Turner at 49.40 miles per hour. Santiago in the right-hand lane going up against Blake Jones. Blake Jones will be in the left-hand lane out of Orange Park, Florida. Win going to Santiago in the right-hand lane. Santiago from Orlando, Florida. Going through to the next round, eliminating Blake Jones with a 9.127 pass, 69.83 miles per hour for Santiago. Trey Collins will be in the right lane against Shaw Daniels. Shaw's going to be in the left lane. And then we can go to Trey Collins in the right-hand lane. Trey with a 9.004. 70.42 miles per hour as Trey Collins goes to the next round. Calling all Jeans Glass Pro Class cars back to lanes 3 and 4. Again, Jeans Glass Pro Class, please come over to lane 3 and 4 for round 4 eliminations. Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for round 4 eliminations. And we'll also put a first call out to the Super Pro Bike Class to lane 7 for 4th round eliminations. Super Pro Bike Class to lane 7 for 4th round eliminations. Jeans Glass Pro Class to lane 3 and 4. We can go to Kylie Mockney in the right-hand lane, a 9.155 for Kylie. Moves on to the next round. That'll bring up Molly Banger in the right-hand lane from Alameda, Florida. Hunter Dowling will be in the left-hand lane with a 7.94 Dowling. 7.94 dial for the Hunter Dowling machine. Molly Banger with an 8.01. Elizabeth Boyett will be in the right-hand lane going up against Sierra Height. Sierra Height in the left lane from Keystone, Florida. Yeah, we need all of our Jeans Glass Pro Class cars to lanes 3 and 4 for your next round of eliminations, and Super Pro Bike Class to lane 7. Yeah, the win going to Elizabeth Boyett in the right-hand lane, an 8.095 run for Elizabeth at 75.93 miles per hour. Brings up Brooklyn Collins in the left lane going up against Bailey Kobe. Bailey dialed in at 8.09, and Brooklyn looking for a 7.96. Wing going to Brooklyn Collins in the left-hand lane, a 7.983 pass for Brooklyn Collins, moving into the next round, 78.9 miles per hour. Aaron Kennedy will be in the right-hand lane, 7.97 dial on the Aaron Kennedy machine. Braxton Scott in the left lane from Lakeland, Florida, 8.07 dial on the 231X Dragster. Attention in the pits now, calling the FB Trailer Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for your next round of eliminations, please. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Also looking for all of our Super Pro Bike Class to lane 7. Super Pro Bike to lane 7. And so Braxton Scott takes it and moves into the next round. That does it for round 3. We're going to move on to round number 4. And we'll start with the Jeans Glass Pro Class here in just a few moments. Again, looking for our Super Pro Bike classes. Your third call for Super Pro Bike to get back to lane 7. And your second call for the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2. All right, it's time for round 4 eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro class. Still looking for our Super Pro bike class in lane 7 and FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. This is Quentin Rayleigh and Lee Tadaro going up at it. All right, so Lee Tadaro in the right-hand lane going up against Quentin Rayleigh. And they thunder on down the track. Who gets into round number 5? And it's Lee Tadaro. Getting into the next round. Lee moving into the next round with a 7.633 pass at 88.95 miles per hour. That brings up Jeremy Fireball Davis in the right lane going up against Russ Morris. Russ Morris going to be in the left-hand lane from Citra, Florida. I'll put a first call out to the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. You can turn into lane number 3 and 4. You can pull in behind the Jeans Glass Pro class. Looking for our semifinal for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Daryl Spicer in the right-hand lane going up against Marcus Cruz. And Marcus Cruz moving on to round number 5. A 7.190 pass for Marcus Cruz at 91.17 miles per hour. Moves into the next round. As Bart Pangolinan in the left-hand lane going up against Jason Rollins from High Springs, Florida. And Super Pro Bike class, you are up next in lane number 7. We need all of our Super Pro bikes in lane 7. Final call for Super Pro Bike. Third call for FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Second call for our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4 for your semifinal. Yeah, Phil Green going up against Mike Mockney. Phil Green from Ocala, Mike from Venice. Gets through to round number 5. Been a great day for both these racers so far. Somebody's getting eliminated, and it's going to be Mike Mockney getting eliminated with a red light. Phil Green going into round number 5. Phil Green sticking around 6.066 for Phil Green at 110.33 miles per hour. This is a semi-final for Super Pro Bike coming up in lane 7. Final call for FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Final call for them. And final call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. Come on over to lanes 1 and 2. This is a semifinal between Dwayne Leachman and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Dwayne out of Wildwood. He'll be in the left lane. Dwayne Schmidt looking for a 5.57. From Citra, Florida, he'll be in the right lane. The winner going through to the Super Pro Bike Final. Win going to Dwayne Schmidt Jr., who moves into the final. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. will race in the final. 5.596 run for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. at 122.59 miles per hour. That'll bring up Anthony Vieira against Scott DeLong in the left lane. Scott in the left lane, Anthony in the right lane, and the winner going through to the final. So who joins Dwayne Schmidt Jr.? Is it going to be Scott DeLong or Anthony Vieira? Oh, and it's going to be Anthony Vieira. Red light for Scott DeLong. Tough break for Scott. It was a great day for Scott. But Anthony Vieira going to be going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the final for Super Pro Bike. And now we got the FB Trailer Super Pro class coming up. First call for Pro Bike class to lane 7. First call for the Pro Bike class to lane 7. First call for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lane 5 and 6. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to to lane 5 and 6 for round 4 eliminations. First call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for 4th round eliminations. So James Hicks Jr. and Derek Brewster. Race start for both of these race car drivers. They're going to head on down the track, and the wing go to James Hicks Jr. Ryan Radley in the right-hand lane going up against Lou Hawthorne. Lou Hawthorne will be in the left-hand lane. Wayne going to Lou Hawthorne in the left-hand lane. Lou moving on to the next round, 4.397 as Brian ended up red lighting in the right-hand lane. So Lou going into the next round. John Rollins will come up next in the left-hand lane, a 5.84 dial for the John Rollins machine against Dragster 2X77. That'll be in the right-hand lane. And after the FB Trailer Super Pro, we'll have the semifinal for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. Want to make sure we have all our junior streets to lanes 3 and 4. Final call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. Final. Semifinal coming up for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. And we're going to the right-hand lane, Dragster 2X77 moving on to the next round, eliminating John Rollins. Buddy Goolsby will be in the right-hand lane going up against Robbie Little. Robbie Little from Yulee, Florida will be in the left lane. And we go to Buddy Goolsby in the right-hand lane. Buddy going into the round number 5, 6.398 pass for him. Robbie Little red lit just a little bit too early. And Billy Dunn will come up in the right-hand lane from Leesburg. Going up against Brandon George. Brandon George, car number 261G, has a 6.15 dial going up against Billy Dunn. That went to Billy Dunn, the right-hand lane. That brings up Michael Bonacci in the right lane from Ocala, Florida, going up against Nick Brown. Nick Brown will be in the left lane. 6.03 dial in the Nick Brown machine. Michael Bonacci, a 5.02. And a stage ready to go. There go Nick Brown. Michael Bonacci with a good start. This is going to be a close one between both of them. They head on down. Nick Brown gets the win in the left lane. 6.041 for Nick Brown, eliminating Michael Bonacci. It was close. 110.57 miles per hour for Nick Brown. Moving on to the next round. That brings up Ken Grant, who will be in the left lane, and Dragster W262, 4.51 dial for Nick, and truck number 796 in the right lane. Win going to Ken Grant in the left lane. Ken Grant moving on to round number 5, 4.506 for Ken Grant at 153.9 miles per hour. So this is Dave Damrest in the left lane going up against Mark Daniel. Mark Daniel with a 4.99 dial. Dave Damrest a 4.70. Both these drivers looking to get to round number 5. Who makes it in? And double red lights for both of them. And it's going to be Mark Daniel in the right lane going through to the next round. 4.93 for Mark Daniel. Gets him to the next round. 137.58 miles per hour, eliminating Dave Damrest. Gary Vasquez will be in the left lane against Roy Hagdorn. Looking for Aaron Kennedy for Junior Street. Looking for Aaron Kennedy for Junior Street in your semifinal. Allen Speed Machine Junior Street is coming up next. Again, Aaron Kennedy, please come to the stage lanes for your semifinal. We need Pro Bike to lane 7, all Pro Bike class to lane 7. And Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class is your third call to lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Aaron Kennedy to the stage lanes for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. All right, looks like we're going to hop over to Sportsman, which they'll be coming next. Also looking for a pro bike class to lane 7 for your next round. Looking for 2 pro bikes in lane 7 for the semifinals. Looking for 2 pro bikes in lane 7. First call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes, please. The FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. All FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. It'll be the 6 to 9-year-old final, and we're also looking for the brackets of the 10 to 12 and 13 to 17-year-olds. FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes, please. And coming up, it's going to be your quarterfinal in the Sportsman class, the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman. And we'll also have the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street semifinals coming up. And it's going to be Aaron Kennedy in the right lane going up against Tanner Mockney, who will be in the left lane. And the winner going through to the Allen Speed Machine final. So here we go. Tanner Mockney and Aaron Kennedy at Ford. In the right lane for Aaron Kennedy against Tanner Mockney. Looking for a 9.0 is Tanner in that left lane. Chelsea Duane will come up as well. She'll get the bye into the final. And there goes Aaron. There goes Tanner, who gets through to the final. And the winner going to be Tanner Mockney in the left lane. Tanner going through to the final. 8.968 run for Tanner Mockney at 77.1 miles per hour. Eliminating Aaron Kennedy. Chelsea Duane comes up in the right-hand lane. And Chelsea Duane will get that bye into the next round. And the final for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. So Chelsea Duane goes through to the final with a 9.172, 67.70 pass for Chelsea Duane. Second call for our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters, come back to the stage lanes, please. And we'll get to our next round of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. This is the first quarterfinal for Steven Strickland and Robert Simpson. It will be in the left lane. Robert Simpson in with a 12.05 dial. Steven Strickland looking for an 11.67 from St. John's, Florida. And a win going to Robert Simpson in the left lane. Robert Simpson going to the semifinal. 12.040 run for Robert Simpson. Puts him into the semifinal, 110.39 miles per hour. That brings up Bart Pangilinan in the left lane going up against Jason Rollins. There's a spot waiting for these two drivers in the semifinals. Who's it going to be? They head on down the racetrack. Bart Pangilinan and Jason Rollins. It's going to be Jason Rollins in the right lane, 11.701 for Jason Rollins at 111.14 miles per hour. And Jason Rollins going to race in the semifinal for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. That brings up our final quarterfinal. It's going to be Marcus Cruz going up against Daniel Salyers. Then we'll have our semifinal in the Pro Bike class coming up. We'll have our final in the 6 to 9-year-olds for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. And then a couple of semis coming up for the lane 1 and 2 as well. And we're going to be going into the, as they're still pedaling it down there, right lane, Marcus Cruz, 11.464 for Marcus Cruz. And won it right at the end, 111.43 miles per hour. And Marcus Cruz going through to the semifinals, eliminating Daniel Salyers. That brings up our semifinal in our Pro Bike class. Brett Bennett will be in the left lane going up against Roy Johnson. Roy Johnson with an 11.05 dial. Brett Bennett will be in the left lane from Palaca with a 9.51. And we'll take the Jeans Glass Pro Class back to lanes 3 and 4 when you can. This is the first call for the Jeans Glass Pro Class back to lanes 3 and 4 for fifth round eliminations. And going through to the final is going to be Brett Bennett, 9.557 for Brett Bennett. He's going through to the final at 133.96 miles per hour. Great day for Roy Johnson, but it ends there. Brett Bennett going through to the final. And that'll bring up Chuck Wooten in the left lane, going up against Reginald Harper from Palm Coast, Florida. Chuck Wooten from Reddick, Florida. And one of these riders is going to end up in the final. Who's going to be Reginald Harper or Chuck Wooten? They're ready to go. And a red light for Chuck Wooten and Reginald Harper. And going to go through. And Reginald with a 13.292 and makes it through to the Pro Bike final. Way to go for Chuck Wooten getting to this point in the day, but Reginald Harper going through to the final. So that'll bring up our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We'll have the final in the 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. And then move our way over. Again, calling back to the stage lanes, the Jean Glass Pro Class for lanes 3 and 4. We'll also be looking for our Super Pro Bike Class final in lane 7. Super Pro Bike Class lane 7 final. All right, so coming up, this is our final in the FB Trailer Junior Dragster 6 to 9-year-old class. This is Peyton Turner, who will be in the right-hand lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, going up against Cooper Collins from Odessa, Florida. Collins with a 14.40 dial. Peyton Turner looking for a 12.30. And the winner going to be our champ today. Who gets the win? Peyton Turner in the right lane, Cooper Collins in the left. Tough break for Peyton Turner, and Cooper Collins going to be the winner today. Cooper Collins, congratulations to Cooper. And Cooper is the winner of the FB Trailer Junior Dragster 6 to 9-year-old class. Wins it with a 14.716 at 42.6 miles per hour as Cooper Collins gets the win. Peyton Turner, your runner-up today with a 12.608, 48.19 mile per hour pass for Peyton, but the red light, and Peyton is your runner-up. Cooper Collins, your winner today. Yeah, this is Kylie Mockney and Trey Collins going up at it in our 10 to 12-year-old class. And this is a semifinal between Kylie Mockney and Trey Collins. Winner going through to the 10 to 12-year-old final. Yeah, we'll be looking for the Super Pro Bike Class final to lane 7. Super Pro Bike Class to lane 7 for your final. So that's Kylie Mockney and Trey Collins. Winner goes through to the final. Decent starts from both of them. And Kylie Mockney with the advantage. She goes through to the final. It's Kylie Mockney. Kylie Mockney goes through to the final from Venice, Florida. A 9.153 for Kylie Mockney going through the final. Trey Collins finishing third today. And Kylie Mockney going through to the final. 65.96 miles per hour for Kylie. And that'll bring up Santiago, who will be in the right-hand lane. And Santiago will race for the final later on tonight. Santiago from Orlando, Florida. And calling all FB Trailer Super Pro cars back to lanes 1 and 2. All FB Trailer Super Pro cars back to lanes 1 and 2, please. FB Trailer Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 for the round of 16. This is Brooklyn Collins going up against Hunter Dowling. And this is a semifinal in 13 to 17-year-olds. Does Brooklyn Collins. Brooklyn Collins, the right-hand lane, and Hunter Dowling eliminated in the left lane with a red light. Brooklyn Collins going to race in the final. 7.968 for Brooklyn Collins, and she'll race in the final. 79.56 miles per hour for Brooklyn. That brings up Braxton Scott going up against Elizabeth Boyett. Second call for our FB Trailer Super Pro class back to lanes 1 and 2 for the round of 16. Elizabeth Boyett and Braxton Scott, who joins Brooklyn Collins in the final. Taking their time to get into the tree. Braxton Scott in, so is Elizabeth Boyett. Here we go. And the win going to Elizabeth Boyett in the right-hand lane. Elizabeth Boyett with a 8.021 pass at 78.81 miles per hour. Elizabeth going into the final. Braxton Scott with an 8.047 run at 71.34 miles per hour. But Elizabeth Boyett going into the final, and she'll race against Brooklyn Collins coming up in just a little bit. That'll bring us back to the Jeans Glass Pro class coming up. And then we'll have our Super Pro Bike final in lane 7. They're getting ready in lane 7. Third call for the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 for the round of 16. It's time for the quarterfinals coming up here for the Jeans Glass Pro class. You're going to have in the left lane Paul Allen from Middleburg, Florida, and P202. Looking for a 6.65 for Paul Allen. Lee Tadaro looking for a 7.64 on her dial. We got a Gainesville, Florida. Both Paul Allen and Lee have done a great job so far here today. Looking to get through to the semifinal. So this is a fifth round matchup quarterfinal between Paul Allen and Lee Tadaro. Again, the winner going through to the semi. Who's that going to be? It's going to be Lee Tadaro from Gainesville, Florida. She'll race in the final, eliminating Paul Allen. Paul Allen was 6.661 at 100.55 miles per hour, but Lee able to get into the semifinal. And we'll see her in just a little bit. Russ Morris will be in the right-hand lane going up against Bart Pangilinan in the second quarterfinal that we have here. 7.04 dial for Russ Morris from Citra, Florida, going up against Bart Pangilinan with a 6.64. And a red light for both of them. But Bart Pangilinan going to pick up the win. He'll go through to the semifinal on a 001. Early, and Russ Morris was just a little bit earlier, 0.047 for Russ Morris. That'll put Bart Pangilinan into the semifinal, and we'll have one more quarterfinal coming up in round 5. And then we'll get to our FB Trailer Super Pro Bike Class Final. The Super Pro Bike Class Final will be coming your way after this next run. This is Phil Green in the left lane going up against Marcus Cruz. We're going to go into the semifinal. Phil Green has been so good today. And from Ocala, Florida, looking for a 6.06 is Phil Green. Marcus Cruz in the right lane. Going to be a 7.17 for Marcus Cruz. We're looking for all of our FB Trailer Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 for round of 16. Also looking for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Final. And lane 3 and 4. A red light for Phil Green. Oh, he was good all day until that moment. And Phil Green going to be eliminated. Tough break for Phil Green. Marcus Cruz going through to the semifinal with a 7.177 pass, 94.15 pass for Marcus Cruz. Oh, Phil Green, tough break. 6.065 final run for Phil Green of the day, 110.47 miles per hour for Phil Green. And Marcus Cruz going through to the semis. Coming up next, this is going to be our Super Pro Bike Class Final. And you're going to have Anthony Vieira in the right lane going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Dwayne Schmidt from Citra, Florida. 5.57 dial on the Dwayne Schmidt Jr. machine. Anthony Vieira is going to be in the right lane, a 5.43 dial for Anthony Vieira as part of your Super Pro Bike Class Final. Coming up next, we'll have the FB Trailer Super Pro Class. You should all be in lanes 1 and 2 for the round of 16. Pro Bike Class Final will be looking for you in lane 7. Also, the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Final to lanes 3 and 4 for the final. All right, so here we go. The final of the Super Pro bike class. Anthony Vieira, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the left lane. Here's the final of Super Pro bike. They rock it on down the raceway. Anthony Vieira having to steer it a little bit. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. going to take the win today. A 5.602 pass for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. And he is the winner today. A 5.602 pass at 115.70 miles per hour. As Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is your winner today in the Super Pro bike class. Anthony Vieira is your runner-up. He finished with a 5.469 pass at 132.24 miles per hour as Dwayne Schmidt Jr. takes the win tonight. And coming up next, it's the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Round of 16 coming up here. Looking for one more Allen Speed Machine Junior Street for your final. You'll be in lane 3 and 4. Also looking for our Pro Bike class final as well in lane 7. Pro Bikes to lane 7 for your final. Also looking for our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Class semifinal. You can come over to lanes 5 and 6 when you're ready. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Class semifinals to lanes 5 and 6. All right, it's the round of 16 here for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. We've got Mark Daniel in the left lane going up against Dragster 2X77. Gonna have 8 races here between all of these remaining cars in this class. The 2X77 machine, the right-hand lane, going through to the next round. Again, this is round 5 for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. You got Mark Daniel that just got eliminated by car 2X77. This is James Hicks Jr. in the right-hand lane going up against Lou Hawthorne in the left lane. Lou with a 4.40 dial against James Hicks Jr., 4.73 in the right-hand lane. All right, who goes into the quarterfinal? Lou Hawthorne and James Hicks Jr. They're both looking to get into the quarters. Trip zeros for Lou Hawthorne and James Hicks Jr. going to get him at the line, though. 4.730 for James Hicks Jr. That's why you love bracket racing. 145.34 miles per hour for James Hicks Jr. And he's able to go into the next round. Buddy Goolsby will come up in the right-hand lane from High Springs, Florida, going up against Billy Dunn. Billy Dunn in the left lane. And going through the next round is Buddy Goolsby in the right-hand lane. 001 extra time there for Buddy Goolsby. It was really nice. 6.402 for Buddy, and that'll bring up Ken Grant in the right-hand lane, going up against Nick Brown in the left lane from Orange Park, Florida. Ken Grant and Nick Brown looking to get into the quarterfinals, and to do so, they're going to have to race one another. It's going to be a great matchup between Ken Grant and Nick Brown. They've been fun to watch today, and here they are in the round of 16 trying to get to the quarterfinals. All right, start for both Nick Brown and Ken Grant. Who gets through? And it's going to be Nick Brown. They both break out, but it's 6.026 for Nick Brown at 110.40 miles per hour, and Nick Brown going through to the next round. That'll bring up Gary Vasquez. He'll get the bye into the next round. And we're also going to come up on our final for Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street and Pro Bike class. That'll be next. Third call for our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class for their semifinal. And calling the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters back over for the finals of the 10 to 12-year-olds and the 13 to 17-year-olds. Please come back for your final. All right, so coming up, it's going to be the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Final, along with the Pro Bike Class Final in Lane 7. We appreciate you guys coming out. We'll have a full day of action tomorrow as well in the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. We'll get things started a little earlier tomorrow at 9 a.m. Also, make sure that you attend our non-denominational chapel service. That's tomorrow in the third floor of the tower. I'd love to see you there at 8 a.m. Everyone is welcome. Again, it's a Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the third floor of the tower. And everyone is welcome for the Racers for Christ chapel service. All right, so this is the final in the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. This is Chelsea Duane from Jacksonville, Florida, in the right-hand lane going up against Tanner Mockney. And Tanner's going to be in the left-hand lane. Chelsea looking for a 9.16. Tanner looking for a 9.0. This should be a great one between Chelsea Duane and Tanner Mockney. Future stars here at Gainesville Raceway, and hopefully future stars in our sport. Chelsea Duane and Tanner Mockney. And they're going to head on down the track, and the winner going to be Tanner Mockney. Your winner today at 9.144 pass for Tanner Mockney, who is the winner today, 73.91 miles per hour for Tanner Mockney. Chelsea Duane, your runner-up here today in the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. But Tanner Mockney gets the win. Coming up is our final for our Pro Bike class. It's going to be Reginald Harper in the right-hand lane, a 13.29 dial for Reginald Harper from Palm Coast, Florida. And then you got Palaca's Brett Bennett, who will be in the left-hand lane. dialed in at 9.51. They battled all day to get to this point, and here we go. This is your pro bike final. Taking their time getting into the tree. The tree is lit up. They are ready to go. Here goes Reginald Harper. And there goes Brett Bennett. A little bit better of a start for Reginald Harper. We'll see what Brett Bennett can do. Down this racetrack they go. And the winner is going to be Reginald Harper in the right-hand lane. Good job, Reginald. How about that? 13.384 for Reginald Harper. Brett Bennett is your runner-up. But Reginald Harper winning it today with a 13.384, 97.68 miles per hour for Reginald Harper, who is your champ in the pro bike class here today. And again, Brett Bennett finishing as runner-up with a 9.587 pass at 133.42 miles per hour. Marcus Cruz to the stage lanes. Marcus Cruz, we're looking for you for a Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Class semifinal. Please come to the stage lane, Marcus Cruz.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Ping Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar, Paint and Body.
All right, this is your semifinal in the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. This is Jason Rollins against Robert Simpson. Jason Rollins from High Springs, Florida in the right lane in the Pontiac Firebird. An 11.64 dial for Jason Rollins. And then you've got Robert Simpson in the left-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida. Dialed in at a 12.02. The winner going to the final of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class today. We're missing one junior dragster. We need the, if you're a part of the final for the junior dragsters, we are missing one junior dragster. This is your semifinal for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Robert Simpson versus Jason Rollins. Pretty equal starts for both of them. We're going to find out who gets in. Is it going to be Jason or Robert? And the win going to Robert Simpson in the left-hand lane. Robert Simpson racing for the final. A 12.42 pass for Robert Simpson at 109.55 miles per hour. Jason Rollins finishes third here today. Robert Simpson going through to the final. That brings up Marcus Cruz, who has the bye into the final from McClenny, Florida. After this, we'll get to our finals in our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. So Marcus Cruz will race in the final, and that brings up the two finals in the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We'll have our first final in our 10 to 12-year-old bracket, and then we'll have our 13 to 17-year-olds going at it as well. This is going to be your 10 to 12-year-old final in the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You're going to have Santiago against Kylie Mockney. And calling our FB Trailer Super Pro back to lanes 1 and 2. FB Trailer Super Pro back to lanes 1 and 2 for the quarterfinals. First call for FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for the quarterfinals. This is your final between Mockney and Santiago. Mockney in the left-hand lane, dialed in at a 9.03. Santiago with a 9.11 out of Orlando, Florida. Kylie out of Venice. Who's your winner going to be here today? It's been fun watching both of these drivers go to work today, and they put all the work in. Now it's down to one race. So it's your FB Trailer Junior Dragster final in the 10 to 12-year-old class. Santiago ready to go. Mockney in. And here comes your final. Oh, good starts for both of them. They head on down the racetrack. Who's it going to be? The final winner is Kylie Mockney getting the win today. Kylie Mockney, your winner, 9.025 for Kylie Mockney from Venice, Florida. Santiago is your runner-up. Great run here today from Santiago. Give her a round of applause. Both these drivers did a great job. Kylie Mockney, your winner here today. And that brings up our final in the 13 to 17-year-old class for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. This is our last Junior Dragster race of the night, and it's going to be a good one. You're going to have Brooklyn Collins going up against Elizabeth Boyett. We'll set the tape for you. Brooklyn Collins from Keystone Heights, Florida, going to be in the left lane. And dialed in at 7.97 is Brooklyn Collins. In the right lane, you're going to have Elizabeth Boyett. Boyett from Cortez, Florida, and dialed in at 8.02. And Dragster 2511. So Elizabeth Boyett in the right-hand lane, Brooklyn Collins in the left. This is, again, the final of the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters 13 to 17-year-old class. Brooklyn Collins in first, and there goes Elizabeth Boyett. It's time for the final. Brooklyn Collins a little bit better off the line. Who wins it in the 8th? The winner is going to be Brooklyn Collins, 7.982 for Brooklyn Collins at 78.33 miles per hour. Brooklyn Collins is your winner in the FB Trailer Junior Dragster 13 to 17-year-old class. Elizabeth Boyett finishes runner-up with a 7.974 pass at 79.80 miles per hour. Elizabeth Boyett finishes runner-up, but Brooklyn Collins is your winner tonight in the FB Trailers Junior Dragster class. Congratulations to Brooklyn Collins. And we're going to circle back around to our Jeans Glass Pro Class cars, also looking for the FB Trailer Super Pro quarterfinals in lanes 1 and 2. If you're a Super Pro car, please come to lanes 1 and 2 for your quarterfinals. And also looking for our Jeans Glass Pro Class semifinal, which is in lanes 3 and 4. Also looking for our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Class final. You can come on around when you're ready. Please come over to lanes 5 and 6 for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Class final. Marcus Cruz and Bob Pangilinan, please come over to the stage lanes. We're waiting for you in the Jeans Glass Pro class. Once again, Bob Pangilinan as well as Marcus Cruz. We are waiting for you for the Jeans Glass Pro class. Please return to lanes 3 and 4. All FB Trailer Super Pro class cars, you should be in lanes 1 and 2, ready for your quarterfinal. And then we are looking for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class final in lane 5 and 6. Looking for our FB Trailer Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2, please. FB Trailer Super Pro. If you are in the quarterfinal, please come to lanes 1 and 2. All right, folks, coming up, it's our Jeans Glass Pro Class semifinal that'll be coming your way next. We'll also have our FB Trailer Super Pro quarterfinals on the way. And coming up, it's our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Class final that'll be on the way as well. Please come to lanes 5 and 6 if you are part of that Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Class final. If you have lost a hand air pump, we have it at the base of the tower. Again, if you have lost a hand air pump, we have it at the base of the tower for you. All right, it's time for the semifinal of the Jeans Glass Pro Class. You've got Lee Tadaro from Gainesville, Florida, going up against Bart Pangilinan. Bart from Melrose, Florida, dialed in at a 6.61. Lee looking for a 7.60. Both these drivers have been locked in from the get-go. They have had a fantastic day. Who moves through to the final, though? That's the question. Is it going to be Bart or Lee? Both these drivers taking their time. They'll be working to get into the stage blocks here. Bart Pangilinan, car number 2455, will be in the left-hand lane. Again, a 6.61 for Bart, and Lee with a 7.60. Bart is ready to go. And it looks like Lee's going to change her dial in. So she was in at 7.60. She's going to change it to 7.64. Here we go. Here's the semifinal. Jeans Glass Pro Class. Lee. Oh, red light for Lee Tadaro. And Bart Pangilinan will be going through to the final. 6.626 for Bart Pangilinan at 101.87 miles per hour. Lee Tadaro, she was great all day long until that moment. And Lee Tadaro is going to finish third today, but a great run for Lee. And that sends Bart into the final. Marcus Cruz will come up with the bye, and he will be in the final. He'll be going up against Bart Pangilinan. Marcus got a red light, but he's going to head on down the racetrack, and it'll be Marcus Cruz against Bart Pangilinan for your final. That'll be a fun one. Right into Super Pro, the FB Trailer Super Pro quarterfinals coming your way. Quarterfinal in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Nick Brown against Dragster number 2X77 in the right-hand lane. 4.88 dial in the right lane. Nick Brown looking for a 6.01 from Orange Park, Florida. Looking for a trip into the semifinals. Rocket down the racetrack, and it's going to be Nick Brown going into the final. Into the semifinals. Nick Brown into the semifinal with a 6.024 at 112.08 for Nick Brown. Right lane ran a 4.874 at 134.19 miles per hour, but it's Nick Brown headed into the semifinals. Coming up next, you're going to have James Hicks Jr. going up against Gary Vasquez. Vasquez from Alachua, Florida, going up against James Hicks Jr. from Elkton. 4.72 on the James Hicks Jr. machine, and Gary is going to have a 4.70. Familiar faces at this point in the game here at Gainesville Raceway. When you get down into the quarterfinals, you usually can end up finding Gary Vasquez along with James Hicks Jr., and that's what we have here tonight. So here we go. It's Gary Vasquez and James Hicks Jr. Winner going into the semifinal. And both red light, and the winner James Hicks Jr. with a 006 to a 008. Oh, man. James Hicks Jr. going to go to the semifinal. 4.724. He ran it out at 145.81 miles per hour. Would have been a really close race, actually, had they have run that out and they didn't red light. But what a race between Gary and James Hicks Jr. And James Hicks Jr. going into the semifinals. That brings up Buddy Goolsby, who will have a free ride into the semifinals from High Springs, Florida. Buddy in truck number 2062 will have a 6.39 dial. Try to get this thing dialed in the left-hand lane for the semifinals, which will be coming up shortly. So Buddy Goolsby puts in a 6.401 at 105.65 miles per hour, and he'll be into the semifinal. All right, so coming up, it's going to be our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Class Final coming your way, and we'll also have our Jeans Glass Pro Class Final and FB Trailer Super Pro Semifinals coming up in just a moment.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Gaspar Ping Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar, Paint and Body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
All right, so we have our final coming up in our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. We'll also have the Jeans Glass Pro class coming up in just a moment. Please get those cars off the racetrack. We appreciate that. We got our final that's rolling down the raceway right now. All right, it's time for our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class final. And this is going to be Marcus Cruz in the left-hand lane from McClenny, Florida. Marcus Cruz dialed in with 11.33, going up against Robert Simpson from Jacksonville. He'll be in the right lane, dialed in at 12.01. Here's your final of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, and your winner is going to be in the right lane. Robert Simpson takes the win tonight. A 12.018 pass for Robert Simpson. At 109.83 miles per hour, Robert Simpson, your winner of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Your runner-up tonight is Marcus Cruz with an 11.347 pass at 113.27 miles per hour. Robert Simpson, congratulations to Robert, who wins the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Coming up next is going to be our FB Trailer Super Pro semifinals, and then we'll get into our Jeans Glass Pro Class final. Calling Jeans Glass Pro Class Final. If you are part of the Jeans Glass Pro Class Final, we'd like you to come back to the stage lanes. Looking for our Pro Class Final. And this is the semifinal for the FB Trailer Super Pro Class. Buddy Goolsby in that right-hand lane. Nick Brown on the left. And the winner going through to the final. So Goolsby ready to go. So here is Nick Brown. The semifinal is underway. Good starts from both of them. Buddy Goolsby in the right-hand lane against Nick Brown. The winner going to Nick Brown in the left-hand lane. Buddy Goolsby going to finish third here tonight. Nick Brown with the win, a 6.022 pass for Nick Brown at 110.35 miles per hour, and Nick Brown goes through to the final. And Buddy Goolsby, what a run by Buddy today. Going to finish third with a 6.390 pass at 105.87 miles per hour. And that'll bring up James Hicks Jr., who will have the bye into the final. James Hicks Jr. from Elkton, Florida. And he'll back it off the line and move on to the final. So again, looking for that Jeans Glass Pro Class final, and we'll have our FB Trailer Super Pro final coming up. So 2 races left here tonight, Jeans Glass Pro Class and FB Trailer Super Pro coming up for you. If you're part of those, please come over to the stage lanes and we'll get that underway here shortly. All finals to the lanes. All finals to the stage lanes. We're looking for that Jeans Glass Pro Class final and looking for the FB Trailer Super Pro final as well. If you can come on back to the stage lanes, we'll get you your final and have a junior dragster coming down the lane here. But again, anybody who is part of a final, you should be in the stage lanes. Please come back to the stage lanes. Thank you. All right, if you are over in the pits, get over to the stage lanes. Let's finish this up. Come on. We're waiting on two of you in the pits. Please come over to the stage lanes. Let's go. Come on. Looking for the final Super Pro car. If you can come on over to the stage lane for your final. All right, we've waited long enough here at Gainesville Raceway. Here is the final. It's going to be Bart Pangolini versus Marcus Cruz. Bart Pangolini with a 6.61 dial from Melrose, Florida, and Marcus Cruz in the right lane dialed in at 7.18. This is your Jeans Glass Pro Class final. Bart Pangolini in the left lane, Marcus Cruz in the right lane. Here we go. It's the Jeans Glass Pro Class final. They rock it on down the raceway. And who is going to be your winner tonight? And it's going to be Marcus Cruz. Marcus Cruz gets the win, a 7.2 even at 90.84 miles per hour. Marcus Cruz, your winner of the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Tonight, Bart Pangolini finishes runner-up and finishes with a 6.615 at 101.96 miles per hour as Bart Pangolini finishes a runner-up tonight. But congratulations to Marcus Cruz, who's your winner of the Jeans Glass Pro Class. One race to go, and it's the FB Trailers Super Pro Final coming up. All right, so it's Nick Brown and James Hicks Jr. That's going to be your final in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. James Hicks Jr. from Elkton, Florida, and Nick Brown from Orange Park, Florida. This is your FB Trailer Super Pro Final. Nick Brown in the left lane. Dialed in at 6.01. James Hicks Jr. looking for a 4.72. All right, so here's the final. James Hicks Jr. in the right lane and Nick Brown. The FB Trailer Super Pro class. Who's going to win it? And the winner is Nick Brown in the left lane. Nick Brown wins a 6.020 at 109.81 miles per hour. Nick Brown is your winner. James Hicks Jr. is your runner-up. Congratulations to Nick Brown, who wins tonight.